We really should stop this fighting. Otherwise, we'll miss the fireworks.
There won't be any fireworks.
And here we go.
Welcome to the world class. I am Noble Miguel Mario Tunica Bay, more Shumerria Mosque, consecrated and appointed missionary to More Science Temple of America. Phyllis and Joseph's son, Gina's favorite grandson. And today's show is definitely inspired by the ladies that's here. It's really Savannah's show. I'm absolutely going to be the ugliest person on this panel. So, to Savannah, if y'all know the channel, you know Savannah's always coming through. She always helping. Been super supportive, so I gotta back her up. The sisters that's on this panel is, they've been dope in the space, helping everybody. So I big up who big us up, and I got the back of people who have the back of people. I change the culture, the people who change the culture. So integrity is a big thing to me. I think when you have people that support you, you support them back, and not only is it going to be the topic, like the topic today is, right message, wrong target. And it's just to also celebrate these ladies and ladies that like them, that be in these hostile environments unnecessarily. Come in, day out to participate in the conversation, to help our people move forward. I have a tremendous amount of respect for them. And respect is everything. Like I was telling them in the back, I come from a culture where, in a neighborhood where your life depends on respect. And I don't play with respect. I don't care how right you are. Respect is always a standard. So I don't want to. This ain't my show, to be honest. I'm just making sure it goes as great as possible. Savannah's getting something set up in the back. Before we do that, we got Dallas Dee in the chat, but she also in the back. We got my guy, Daily Goodbread, aka Mr. Goodbread. We have XL Pro, always supporting. Hey, bro, every time I see you in the chat, bro, I gotta shout you out. I appreciate you. You're always supporting everybody. Usually the first comment on somebody's stuff, a premiere, a short. So I big you up, bro. Appreciate. I shouted you out for the Cash App last night. Oh yeah, if you ain't see it, I gotta give you the. Hold up. I gotta shout you. I gotta give you this. So when we get the Cash App, I gotta make sure you get. Everybody got their own shit. Podcast got that lady that be dancing that's real big. That people don't like, but I got this.
We bar $20 to the mall.
We got dirty folks in the building. The Mona D, shout out to you. You definitely number one of them ladies that's in the space. So without further ado, let's bring the panel up. The lovely ladies, they look beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. One person I cammed up though, Mr. I'm about to change your name to Josh Turkey Sauce. How you doing, ladies? Good day.
How are you?
Good morning.
Tomorrow. Yo.
Oh, you ain't.
Good morning, everyone.
Good day.
Good morning.
Oh, you ain't yet. Listen.
We bar $20 to the mall.
So when you hit the Cash App, yeah, that's what we're gonna do when we get monetized. That's gonna be our thank you. Gotta give it. You're not gonna give some laughs. We're gonna exchange cash for laughs, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I mean, let's do this. So, Savannah, you ready? You at least there? Okay, don't worry about it. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna do the introductions. We have Savannah, Aria. All these channels will be in a description. Y'all definitely go sub, go support the ladies. The ladies, I don't gotta tell y'all know how to do that. The niggas don't know how to do it. I don't know why y'all don't go and support them, but I'm on y'all ass today. We have Lexi, Maxwell. She's gonna join. I don't think she's gonna come up, but and she's to my left. So with the lovely head wrap, we have the wonderful Jay Ali, who your shows are on what, Wednesday? You muted. Everybody muted, matter of fact, other than D.
I'm sorry. It's Wednesday nights.
Wednesday nights on iSeenYoLilPodcast. Link is in the description for that as well. We have the beloved Shushu. Everybody loves Shushu. Mandrell's big sister. I don't let nobody tell you no otherwise.
Not big sister.
Yeah, from Black Manosphere.
All right.
We have the queen of the couch gang, who we all love and respect, Dallas Dee, Melanated and Candid production. And got myself, the ugly duckling in the room. And yeah, so what we're gonna, the title again, to reiterate, is right message, wrong target. And these ladies here, I kind of witnessed it myself. I didn't witness these, but I did after I went and got it. And what we're gonna do today is kind of go over the evidence against you niggas. But really, moreover, is really celebrate these ladies and establish a standard, at least on this channel and the brothers that's around, on how we going to deal with each other. Like, how we going to deal with in fact, just protecting the women that come in our space that contribute. We got hours. Let me take the shades off so you can see. We got hours and hours of videos complaining about chicks, right? Rightfully. And so the argument is right message. We're not arguing your message. We're just arguing who you giving it at. And Shushu is kind of in the video. She's going to kind of set us off. But I want each and every one of you ladies to give your take. You, including you, Savannah, and Maxwell. Damn, I got your last name first. Lexi, you as well, on kind of your take on the topic and what you've seen. So Savannah, you ready? I want you to start it off, Savannah, if you're ready. If you're not, we can go to we can start with Dallas.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Now, I haven't had my personal experience with a man targeting me like the videos we're going to show today, but I think that's because I haven't been on too many panels, honestly, and that's mainly
You break. Is it me?
Can y'all hear me?
Okay. Yeah, no, you broke up a lot.
Oh, did y'all hear anything I said?
You said you haven't been personally attacked, and then
Yeah. I think the only reason I haven't experienced what they've experienced is because I haven't been on as many panels. And that's been a deterrent for me, because I personally think all these ladies carry themselves in a very well-mannered way. And to see how they are perceived just as the trolls are and the feminists are, it kind of deters me from being on panels. So I think it's important to point out the behavior. And yeah, someone else can take it away.
Mm-hmm. Dallas Dee, you muted.
Sorry about that. Just to follow up on what Savannah said, first of all, do not let them deter you, because that was one of my deterrents as well, too. On top of the fact that I never wanted to be out there. I didn't want my face out there like that. But when we get in these spaces, one of the things that's bothered me is I look at some of these guys the same way I look at the women that they're complaining about, the divestors. And it bothers me that we can't understand a simple concept in life, that we all have something to bring to the table. And in this fight for equality, and everyone knows that that's my thing, in this fight for equality, we don't understand that we all have an equal part in maintaining what we call society, but we don't have equal roles. But just because somebody isn't what you are, it doesn't mean that they don't bring value to the table. A homeless man can teach you how not to end up on the streets. So we all can add some value. So the fact that you would shun somebody automatically because men have got to a place where they're so upset about some of these women's antics, and I don't blame them at all. But we're at the point now where it's just like, okay, we're going to shun all melanated women, and that's just the wrong place to be. And we throughout history, we've never operated like a unit, and we're seeing more and more divide today, and that's what's bothered me the most.
Brilliant. Let's go to Lexi. I'm going to go with you last, Shushu, because we're going to start with your video.
Um, I think that what Dallas stated is very true. It's like there's a code of conduct that has to come along with this type of dynamic where the man is calling out the female and he's expecting her to rise up and be feminine and soft and all these things. But he also has to understand that he has to make an adaptation within himself, because just because he's making that demand upon her, it doesn't mean that he's prepared for that responsibility and what it comes with. And it comes with patience. It comes with establishing a foundation for her to know that she's in a safe environment, she's protected, and she could express herself, and that he's not going to attack her. Because what I've noticed is when I get attacked, or when I've gotten kind of attacked, these men become their mothers. They become that thing that they despise for some reason, right? And then I don't know if it's like we morph into what they don't like, and then they just go at it. And I think they just black out. I think they black out and they don't realize what they're doing. And I like to give them the benefit of the doubt, because I feel that when a man is vulnerable, it makes me feel something soft for them. It makes me kind of see their pain. It makes me look at them like a young boy looking for guidance. But I also say this: if I go to my dad and I'm a 5-year-old girl and I spilled paint on the carpet, my dad is going to correct me, but he's not going to scream at me. He's not going to attack me. He's going to talk to me. He's going to correct me. He might ground me. I might get punished. I might even get a spanking. But he's not going to just scream at me as a way to penetrate me to understand that I have to change my behavior. So that's the observation that I'm noticing, is that women like me, I run to men like Noble to help me understand, or help me communicate, or help me just know what did I do wrong, because I'm not going to buck up to a guy, or I get very nervous when I hear a guy raise his voice. So I don't know, like what Savannah was saying, sometimes I don't want to get on the panels because I don't know how I'm going to defend myself, or how am I going to respond. And I'm happy we're having this opportunity to kind of like bring this to a certain point, because it does need to pivot. Yeah. Like Dallas stated, this is getting to a point where now this does need to get addressed in order to be able to be productive in this space. So I'm very grateful, Noble. Thank you for this opportunity. No problem. I'm very thankful for the ladies that are here, that are, coming together to just bring this point out as a family meeting, nothing contentious. Right. Just a family meeting, Sunday morning. We are at church now. Mm-hmm. And let's just really, let our spirit show up so that we can feel a level of satisfaction walking away from this today, and right. Not feel hurt or scared or misunderstood. So thank you.
You're definitely welcome. The lovely J. Ali. I'm definitely interested in hearing your take on it. I haven't actually heard you speak on it, so you have the floor.
Yeah, so you actually don't even have to be on the panel to get smoke, as they like to call it on here. I actually started in the chat, and they will take something that I said in the chat, and they will just automatically assume they know me. And I've dealt with that, I think, twice now. Once on Anton's channel during the morning show, because that's what the show I used to watch every morning. And then on, I think, podcast show. And the first, I'm just going to give you like a rundown so you can understand kind of what the assumption. We were talking about PNB Rock, and I did grow up in the hood, and I have family members that were in the streets and things like that. So I understand what was going on and type of things that they have to protect themselves from, or them being alert at all times. So when PNB Rock was speaking in an interview, a lot of people were acting like they didn't know what he was saying. So Anton said, somebody needs to translate. Now, at first it started as a joke, you know what I mean? I was like, you know what? Let me just translate what he's saying. Somebody took that and they just automatically assume, you see, Anton, they just like the bad boys and yada, yada, yada. He just started completely going in. On podcast show, I think I was speaking about me being a loner. And I'm a loner by choice. I like to spend a lot of time by myself. I don't like to have a lot of people around me a lot. If I do, I can only deal with it for a certain amount of time. And I'm like, okay, you ain't got to go home. Well, I'll see you another time, you know? And then what they did was they tried to use that to try to diagnose me, say, oh, you're a loner because this, that, and the third, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, how you know this is not my personality, you know? How you don't know I just like being alone sometimes. I like being in my own little bubble. So they'll do that, and they'll use that opportunity to be triggered and start throwing these talking points at you. And then I have to take a step back. At first, you know, I was like, okay, this is getting kind of weird. But the last person that did that, I had to actually call them out on and say, you don't really know me. So the fact that you are using maybe your trauma or whatever you went through to try to say, oh, this is the reason why you're alone, or this is the reason why blah, 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 blah. You don't know, you don't have all the answers. So if you don't know a person, you can just automatically assume and start throwing like talking points at them, because it creates a hostile space, as Noble said. And because now I'm looking at you upside your head, because I'm like, none of this is true. So they'll use any small thing to make it a big thing. And that's how people end up arguing on panels, because one small thing can trigger one person, then they'll start yelling, and then they'll say something that triggers another person. Now it's just we build and just triggering things. So that's my experience being in this space. And I haven't even been coming on panels that long, but now I'm just like, if y'all just doing that, you won't even let people present themselves, because you're automatically assuming their personality and why they are the way they are. You just have to let people just be them.
Facts. Shoot.
Well, I think in my experience, it's more so like the energy that I've gotten is that it's like, because I'm a Black woman, I automatically assume that all Black men ain't shit. All Black men like are, you know, horrible people, and all Black men just want to, you know, run over Black women, all this other stuff. And a lot of times I get that energy. So a lot of times they'll come at me with all these questions. Oh, so you think, so what you think about, so you saying, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. I've said this before, like, whoa, hold on, calm down, give me a second. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of it too is any woman that does come on a panel who is willing to have a conversation, they automatically get all this energy or the frustration that they have with other women.
Right. And
they don't really hear you out. They don't really give you an opportunity to clarify yourself or anything. Mm-hmm. And the funny thing to me too is, if anytime as a woman you use the word equal in regards to any kind of relation to a man, you're not saying that men and women are like physically equal or da. You say we bring equal value. Oh no, you're a feminist. If you use the word equal in any kind of capacity in the conversation between men and women, you're a feminist. All this other stuff, you know what I'm saying? You're the enemy. Like, wait a minute. And it's like, I think a lot of it too, they don't realize is within the frustration that they have with, and I'm not saying that, you know, there aren't women out here who, they ain't shit, and they are the cause of a lot of their, you know, their disposition. But at the same time, I think they don't realize in the midst of that, what they do is they come at you with this, oh, I gotta peg her down a tab or two automatically. You know what I mean? So everything you say as a woman on the panel is dismissed, even though you're saying, hey, I'm on your side. I'm not your enemy. Like, listen, I understand. I'm not the enemy. They still come at you like, yeah, but no, but you're still. So yeah.
Literally. Literally. It's and I gotta get to some of these comments. I gotta start with Tommy B's. I gotta scroll back up and say it, because, you know, me and him has talked about this. He's talked about this. He's talked about these dudes. I don't know why they say, well, there's no accountability in the space, because me and him be getting on these things all day. All
Right.
that. I don't. So Tommy B, he says, you're dealing with frustrated men who are taking it out on you on the internet because there are no consequences for doing so on the internet. That's a fact, man.
Right.
That's a fact. Mr. Goodbird said, what is it? Colossians 3 verse 21. Fathers, do not provoke your children lest they become discouraged. And we know that fathers is not limited to just your child, but when you're a man, you're father of civilization. My guy Bernard S. Shout out to Bernard S. Bro, post your link in the chat. Real men don't attack women. We protect our sisters and daughters. Facts. Tommy V says, fucking talking points. Get a brain and think for yourself. And what he's saying is these dudes, and what you're going to see in this video is these dudes just have so many talking points that they just want to say just to be able to say it because they've been frustrated offline. And war watching, and again, all right, I come out of the Mr. Palmer tree, right? We see a bunch of things. Like we know what dudes are dealing with the family court, the frustration. I've been honest about the fact I've been about a good 100 trips, 100 different days. I had to keep myself from leaving here and going to hurt some of it. Like it's a lot. Like it took a lot. I really had to think and calm myself down. So I understand that intense frustration, but you can't take it out on people that don't deserve it, and you have to like control yourself because these dudes say manosphere, but you don't do no manhood shit. And that's shit that irritate me. Really makes me sick, to be honest with you. Like these niggas, only time these niggas say discipline is when the word dick is in front of it, and it's annoying. Yeah. Mr. Goodbird says the more masculine you are, the gentler you can be. A lot of dudes are just feminine because they are raised by the hell of a mothers. People call them hell of a mothers. And I agree with that because I'm the way I am because my dad was in the streets. So I attracted a lot of pretty violent people. So I was around a lot of dudes though. Like I would walk out the door, they would grab my hand. You puppy son. They would call me little puppy, but my older brother name was Little Puppy, and he was already in the street. My mom wouldn't let that happen. So shout out to her for that. I don't credit her a lot, but that was a good deal because that name carried blood in the streets. But I got to be around a lot of dudes, and so I always wanted to get away from the girls so I can go beat people up and play football and fight my cousins and stuff like that. So I agree with him, man. So on this internet, there's no consequences, like you said. And you talking shit to somebody's sister, like in real life, Shushu's brother's real, like what you niggas pretend to be. And like you talking crazy cash shit to her, you get your ass put somewhere where they don't look for people at. You know what I'm saying? Got Poppy Blanco in the building. You in this video too, Poppy. But you ain't doing nothing wrong. So yes, Savannah, you there? I'll play it for you and everything. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna play the video. You let me know when you want me to stop. It's a little long, but we can jump forward, but I want to make sure you three ladies and what you went through is seen. So we're not just, if I'm called or whatever, simple, whatever, it's actual evidence as to what I'm talking about. And if you niggas want to smoke, know where to find me. I'll pull up, just tag me. I'll be there. Suffer no delusions. Ain't none of y'all niggas in this space in my class. I promise you I crush you. I ain't even started to flex on this bitch yet. You can try me if you want to. So what we're gonna do is play the video. That's why I wanted you to go last because your video's up first. Shushu. Do you want to say something, Savannah?
No, I'm ready for the video.
Okay. Let go.
I have to take.
All right. So this is shout out to 5100. He sent me the link to I can find this. So it's gonna play a little bit. I want to give context. So this is I want to make sure people are not saying thinking that these brothers that are up here. You got to understand that Shushu is home. This is this family that she's around. So it's not really targeted at any of these brothers in the chat. That's on the panel. It's just it's actually like this. It's like you home. You got a place where you can just express yourself, similar to a family meeting. Got my guy B9 right there. He always looked like he about to speak in jazz. I fucks with these.
Yeah.
I fucks with B-Dog. B-Dog, he's powerful, man. Honest to God, he's powerful.
Yeah.
But actually, the whole tone of this video is literally you're gonna express it, and like I may have this live, you're gonna express it, and like again, ladies, if you anything you want me to stop, just let me know.
You didn't do this. Why you didn't do that? That's what we talking about. So when we say that it's differences, that's what we mean. It's not to say that you may not have to take on the responsibility. I am born to take on the responsibility. That's the difference. When you out of your role, that's why we have conversations like this. Because now you believe that you're supposed to do what I was born to do. That's the issue.
Well, damn.
And that's why you may be able to do some things that we can, but you'll never be as efficient or accurate with it. Never, no matter what you do.
We not.
Here's the thing: women can be in leadership positions. They can.
Yes.
I was in the military, seen it myself. Yes, they can hold leadership positions, and they can kick ass at them. They can. There'll always be a man who can do it better.
Can I say this? I'm sorry. I be so
It is.
at a point where I'm just so over these conversations. And the reason why is like, because I get on these people, and I think a lot of times they invite me on because they know I'll get sassy. I will. But
that's
I think
not why. Just want to be
the problem is like y'all really need to get like some legit feminists on here or some of these divestor women to come on.
Bring them on
with them.
Hell
Because
no.
Sometimes like I'm listening, I'm taking it in, and what I'm hearing is y'all are coming at us looking for the answers for feminists, like for that you should be seeking from feminists.
Right.
And that part right there completely stuck out to me because that is to the T what is going on. And that's the T to the T, that's what's to be happening. Like y'all are unloading on the wrong person and you need to really go to them. Like, and I understand that that's not as easy because you know you can't really network with them like I did today with people that's on the same page, right? And if you go to their panels, it's contentious. But if you want to pop shit and run your mouth to these divestors and make diss videos, then you need to have the balls to go up on their panel and talk to them and stop attacking your own. That shit dumb. Like, oh, we're in the army, but I'm gonna shoot the platoon behind me. Like, I don't get it. It's foolish. It makes no sense to me at all.
We're practicing on y'all.
Right. And Dusto is that's Dusto in the red. He on Black Manosphere. He got a show coming up. He's joking, but he's right. You know what I'm saying?
Bring them on
with them. Because sometimes like I'm listening, I'm taking it in, and what I'm hearing is y'all are coming at us looking for the answers for feminists, like for that you should be seeking from feminists.
Right.
We're practicing on y'all.
Don't use me as a punch bag.
You're pointing at us though. So
we're practicing on y'all.
And then man, so I'm just looking like
what?
So I just be sitting here. I'm at a point where I'm just looking at y'all like, okay.
No, here's the thing. Like the questions I've been watching, and the questions that were presented tonight were general questions that men have experienced from not feminists, but women in general. Like the questions these guys have are questions I've had myself. Just dealing with the women I've dealt with.
Like the question on the screen right now.
Yeah,
do men truly understand where women are coming from?
Well, here's the thing to that. My thing is that I think that women don't understand where women are coming from. Not until they get later in age.
I think what happens is you're not paying attention to how we're conditioned. Because girls are conditioned to go for a man who can properly provide for them. Yeah. And not just properly provide for them. I'm talking about if a woman is going from her father's house to the arms and the house of a man, he has to be able to provide, if just enough as what her father's providing for or more.
Right.
So for the guys out here who aren't even providing at least what her father is providing, yeah, you feeling some type of way when she look at you like, my daddy can do better than that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So a lot of guys you know, and then you know, a lot of females are spoiled. We are taught that we are soft and we are, you know, we're flowers and we're feminine, and that's your feminine energy. And so when you have
what now?
your feminine energy and all this other stuff, so when you when you come at a woman, so now the whole question is, why couldn't you be honest with a woman? Oh, they get so emotional, they get in their feelings.
You want me to light your cigarette for you too?
I'm gonna check your tone, girl. Keep your inside voice on.
Shumerria.
I'm saying, like, you condition
You after her, Dusto. You after her.
and get upset when we behave in the way that we've been conditioned.
Right.
So what are you complaining about? That's how we've been.
So you can get.
All right, ladies. What y'all take? Y'all free range. What you seen? I don't like seeing myself on the video. I don't know how you think. I hate that. I don't like gladder than I can't. That should be irritating. Like, nigga, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm tired of hearing I'm like saying myself, hearing my voice. What's y'all take on it? You said, first of all, let me say this. A lot of the stuff that you said was powerful, and I played that through past the part because I was like recording and I was like, I can't leave this part out because you proving my point in terms of the viewpoint that you have is it requires responsibility on the part of the man. And I think that's the part they're trying to get away with. You talking all of this requirement shit, but niggas don't bring up that point. If a woman has been taken care of at a certain level, and then you can't do that, nigga, that's a problem. And nigga, you have to step your game up. I couldn't leave that part out because you literally proved it. Like, they don't want to be held accountable. Like, they're so triggered by hearing women have their way, and I get that part, fellas. I get it. Hearing women have their way, and you get in this point where you just don't want them to have their way. That's why I always say I'm not tick for tatting with nobody. I'm not being black because these people white. I'm not about to do girl shit and try to get away with this shit that girls get away with just because they did. I'm not living like that. And then when they hear a woman say it and they're right, you dudes get in your body, you start attacking the people that don't have anything to do with that, because that shit is correct. Like, if she's been taken care of at a certain level by her dad, and you dudes are talking about nuclear family and traditions, okay, nigga, that's your cue. You know what I'm saying? So not only did she state and call you out, and it wasn't to nobody on the panel. It's just watching her speak. She's actually reestablishing a standard, which is what I say femininity is. Femininity is standards. It's not lip gloss and fucking how to ride a dick videos and pole dancing and stupid shit and makeup tutorials. Femininity is standards. Masculinity raises the ceiling. Femininity raises the floor. There's levels to this shit. So every time I raise it, I take her up another level. She got to come up and she has to meet. That's the burden she has. You got to try to keep up with me at a certain level. So it's enough pressure to not add bullshit on and not put shit on her floor that don't belong on her floor. Does that make sense? All right. So
can I just say something really quick before you guys dig? Because I'm actually still taking and processing the video.
You can go back if you want.
No, it's okay. When Dusto was saying we're practicing on y'all, and I know he was saying it as a joke, but one thing somebody has told me that I've always kept with me is that it's always a little bit of truth in those jokes. So even though he was laughing, it's probably a little bit of truth in there.
Yes.
Right.
Definitely.
But I want to say I agree with what she was saying about women being raised and to be feminine. I mean, like I've always said, the issue is, and where the communication barrier comes from, is that girls are raised on the princess stories, that happily ever after, Prince Charming is coming to save you. Guys aren't raised on that. So if that's how we're raised, then that's just how we're raised. No different from me telling women that you can't complain about toxic masculinity when our boys are bred to be strong. Don't cry, toughen it up, bootstraps up. That's what our boys are taught. So you can't breed this throughout life, and then all of a sudden, because you're 45 years old and you're not married, now all of a sudden it's toxic masculinity. But it brought me to it made me think about a point that I had made about the passport bros. It's about the lack of responsibility and accountability. So while I knock nobody for having a passport, I knock nobody for going overseas. I knock nobody for going overseas and sewing your little royal lopes. Do you? My problem comes in at I saw a posting that said something about you can make $32,000 a year and go to Colombia or somewhere, and all of a sudden you're a kingpin. You can do this. You could feed. You could take care of 5 families. I said, well, hold on. So now we're perpetuating the idea of our melanated men taking their McDonald's salary job, because McDonald's employees are making $32,000 a year. They're taking their McDonald's salary jobs. They're running over to another country where people are sucking on dirt rocks for dinner. So you're going somewhere where your stock got an automatic boost instead of being responsible and fixing the problem here, because running over there trying to get another woman who wants to adopt a Western culture is not going to solve your problem. You complain about the Western culture here, but you're running over there perpetuating it.
Ain't that something?
Yep.
Ain't that something? So you're a colonist, basically. Damn. Shit. Ain't that a bitch?
Wow. That's so true, though.
Shoo. Comment on your comments. You know, you said it all.
Yeah. And
how about this? Kind of explain to us what we didn't see, like what you were thinking about, like what was running through your mind to kind of prompt you to go there. I know your brother was talking. It couldn't have, was it? Well, yeah, explain it. I know, was it all of what he said, or was it a combination? Had you seen stuff earlier that day? What was kind of running through your mind before you?
No, it's just sometimes I get to a point where I sit on the panels and I'm just like, I feel like we running in circles with this conversation.
Yeah.
And we're running in circles because, number one, the people aren't listening to each other. And then number two, we're not we're not talking to the right people. So it's like, okay, you are listening, or these are your frustrations and but you're not having a conversation with the women who are perpetuating that.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes.
Like, even for women, you're not having the conversation with the men who are perpetuating that. That's the problem.
Yes.
And then even with men who don't want to accept accountability for certain things, like they kind of gloss over that. And this, which is why I brought that up too. Like, you got to look at women are conditioned a certain way.
Yeah.
So, but you want to gloss over that. Like, her dad provided her a certain lifestyle. So when you come in, you have to already come out the gate, taking her from her father's house into your house with the same standard of living or better.
That's true.
But if you don't have that same standard of living, you're not at that level, but you still want the woman, but you don't want to put in the work, or you're upset with her for requiring that. Like, well, okay, well, what needs to happen? You need to step your game up. But you're mad because she wants you to step your game up. Like, you know, we kind of gloss over that and just jump to the whole idea of, well, women, they want men to make this kind of money. They want men to provide this kind of lifestyle. Well, if she comes from that kind of lifestyle, that's the life she's used to living, then yeah, she got a right to require that. Mm-hmm. You know, and that's just like, with men who require certain things of women. I mean, if you are a man of principle and you handling your responsibilities, yeah, you got a right to require certain things of a woman. If you are taking care of your responsibility, you're a man of principle. Yeah, you got a right to require what you want to.
Y'all hear this? I don't know how y'all be arguing with them. I don't be in these arguments with these ladies. Jay, did you want to expound, or that's what you wanted to point out?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add like a little bit more, like how they were saying they love to talk about their requirements for women and what women should be doing. Mm-hmm. And you can notice how their eyes light up when they want to speak about those things. But as soon as you turn it around and speak about the requirements of men, they start beatboxing and they want to say, well, when Mexicans came over here, their women submit to them. They start bringing in other stuff to deflect from their responsibility of what they're supposed to be doing as a man. So that's all I wanted to add.
I want to say something.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. I swear it's on that live when Hanifa said certain. I'm sorry. and this is no shade, no nothing. I was on another panel, and I swear this other panelist said exactly the same thing. Same talking point I had said. Nobody shot her down. Nobody gave her pushback. Nobody called her a feminist. None of that. But as soon as it come out of my mouth, oh, wait a minute, I'll shoot. Wait a minute, I'll shoot. They give me pushback on everything. And I'm just sitting up here like, well, wait a minute now. Where's the pushback for her? You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's because, and another thing, I guess another point, she's married too. So I don't know. Maybe that's a part of it.
Yeah,
I'm a single woman talking like, oh yeah, a man and a woman bring equal value to a relationship. Oh wait, not shoot. Wait. Men and women aren't equal. I'm not saying men and women. I said we can bring equal value to the table. God gave man one thing. God said, all right, I'm gonna give man, I'm gonna give you what I want you to have. Woman, I'm gonna give you what I want you to have.
That's facts.
But what you're supposed to do is put it together.
Indeed.
Because that brings balance.
Just like when we have the formula shortage. In a household, we have a baby, there's a formula shortage. Who can feed the baby? Mama can. That's the value that mama brings to the table. That's the value that the female brings to that relationship.
Right.
Thanks. Go ahead, Lexi. I want to expound on that, but I want you to go in. You get it.
No, I just wanted to say that when you mentioned the father and what she's used to, that's very reasonable, because when someone's interested in me, I have to have them talk to my dad or my brother. My dad and my brothers, they know how I am. They'll know if this guy can deal with me. They'll know if he's really the real deal. And when I was younger, and I grew up in an environment where not most men have all the opportunities. And my dad is a mechanic, and my sister and I would have a little crush on a guy. My dad would tell us to bring him to the shop and leave him there with him. And he would put him to work. And some boys, they would be like, this is too much for me. I don't want to dirty my hands and stuff like that. He's like, well, then you're not ready for my daughter. Like, my daughters know how to change a tire. They know what's going on in here, and they're feminine, and yes, I do think that some of these gentlemen on these panels want to force the women to do these things, and they don't realize that the foundation is them. The inspiration is them. If they don't come correct, why would we be inspired? I'm not going to do something because of an obligation. I want to be inspired to take care of you, to grow with you, to learn and have patience. Not that you're going to say to me, you're a woman, you're feminist. You're a woman, you're supposed to be feminine, and you just should bow down to me. And it's like, well, you don't have the qualifications. And it's not based on me trying to be like, I need a man to make so much money, or I need this. It's based on what I see my father do and my brother do. And if that is enough to deter you from stepping up your game, then you're not gonna have an everlasting relationship with me. So I just wanted to say that some of these gentlemen really aren't equipped with what it takes to rise up or to put the woman on a platform for her to be more of what he wants, because they don't realize that it takes patience. It takes a level of understanding and processing for the man to be able to understand what's going on with the woman, because I've had moments when I express myself, like my little tantrum to my brother, and then he breaks it down. And I'm like, damn, you got me. You got me. Like, you get it. I don't get it the way that a man gets it. But when a man gets it, it humbles me, and it builds like a trust or a bond. And I think that that's something that's missing when I watch some of these panels. You have these beautiful women sharing, and then these guys are just attacking. And I think that is a good point, that they do behave differently with the women that are married. They do have a different way of interacting with the females that are married.
It's to fit the narrative. Facts.
Right. Yeah. But you know what? Something too, I thought about, That's interesting. You know, as much as I know men put the responsibility on the woman to raise their daughters or to groom their daughters to be wives, but men help groom their daughters to be wives also.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say this is because what's interesting to me is, and I don't think the men on these panels realize, oh, well, what are you going to college and getting all this money for? Because men don't care about your money. Men don't care about your degree. Then why are you sending your daughter to college? If you want your daughter to be a wife, why aren't you going out and trying to vet men to be a husband for your daughter? If education doesn't matter, income doesn't matter, because that's where he comes in. He's supposed to be provided. He's supposed to take care of her. Why send her to college? Why have her thinking about, oh, what kind of professions she should want to go into and all this other stuff?
Right.
I think a lot of times on these panels, men don't hear themselves. Like, actually take a step back and listen to what it is they're saying. It's a lot of contradiction.
Gosh, I got a whole man. I do this. I be trashing them dudes because they don't listen. They can't think, and they just be talking just to be talking because they want to get feelings off. But want to highlight this facts and uncomfortable truth with Bernard S. He says, "Hands to will conversation." Thank you. I say this all the time. That's why I'm about to back off this whole thing. No, you're not. But I will be producing in the background, and I will be like a toothache. You're definitely not backing off because here's the thing. If it's one channel that you'll be able to go to other than this without the fuck shit, it'll be his channel. Where you're not going to be disrespected and we're not tolerating that. Because you actually have to, I'm actually asking and challenging you to step it up double to what you've been doing, Brother Bernard, because of situations like this where you got women that have a lot to say on these topics and we need to facilitate that. So that's what we do here. We men. That's my big brother. We talk often. So yeah, I definitely challenge you, and to push the conversation forward. Because when they sell us out, we upsell. When they trade on us, we trade up. So we don't tick for tat. We just go to the next level, man. So.
And shout out to Bernard. I just wanted to say, oftentimes you hear women today complaining about men not protecting women. And it's typically coming from the women who really haven't earned the right to be protected. Because throughout my entire life, I've never not been protected from men. I've been protected by fathers, brothers, uncles, cousins, just men that I knew. I've been protected by strangers in social media that I've never met before. So when they see something in you, when they know that you're genuine, when they know that you're not with the foolishness, you're not one of those so-called feminists, you do get that protection. So for me, because I've always experienced that, when I went through my experience on BGS's channel, I was like, wow, I really cannot believe this. I'm not used to that. I'm used to being protected by men because of my values and my standards.
Yep.
I feel the exact same way. Like, that's why certain statements, like when what's her name? She was talking about we're all black babies or something like that. I was like, how can you say that?
Cynthia G.
Synthetic G.
Yeah, like, how can you say that?
Gremlin G.
Like, you don't have any man in your life that you care about? Like, to say that is like saying, delete their whole existence. Like, how can you?
She came from one.
Exactly. Like, it goes to the same question as a lot of black women ask black men. Like, well, your mama black. Ain't your daddy black? How can you say something like that?
Only the mama. Only them. He only come for your mama now. He was just walking by that one day. So Savannah, you good?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
funny. I just want to say, at this point, I feel like the men who are the women, when I hear women say they don't want or need a man, I think they're either lesbians or they just hate men. So what's the difference between the men on these panels that can't even vocalize the fact that they want a woman? Mm-hmm. I find that very strange. And I'm not one to throw out the gay word, but a lot of y'all are moving very funny. Okay. And I feel like with the rise of like Andrew Tate and Kevin Samuels, it's usually a few content creators that will they'll go viral, and the men's behavior just acts up. It's always around these times. So just think for yourself. That's how is a woman supposed to respect you if you're waiting to form your opinion based on what the next man is saying? She should just get with him and not you.
Thanks.
And the whole thing about the woman having a father in her life and they will quickly categorize her as spoiled is completely insane to me. It's like they want a submissive woman handed to them. Shouldn't you compete? We're always complaining about these women out here who are overweight, unattractive, aggressive, combative. They're not competing. But then you turn around and you want to not be able to protect a woman on the internet. It's the internet.
Right.
This is why I understand when women say that men are scared to fight nowadays, because y'all are scared to just type on a keyboard to correct another man.
Mm.
So how are feminine women supposed to trust you to protect them in their vulnerable state? So
Bang,
I don't know.
bang, bang.
It's getting weird out here, y'all.
I told you. I'm not. That's how Savannah. She vicious, and he's got to the point where it's like a simp means that you're not a homosexual. That's what it means now. Like if you actually like women, you're a simp. You know, and if you express that you have any type of attraction to any woman that's clearly beautiful, then you're simping. And it's you hit the nail on the head with that. So we getting into it's the ratchet part of the video because Dallas Dee is about this shit pissed me off. I ain't gonna sit there and lie. This part made me mad. I might beat this old man up if I see him a little bit. I might slap him down. I don't care if he try to flag the channel. I'm probably just gonna beat you up because this shit was so disrespectful. Because y'all being fuck niggas. So let's give the context, right? Anybody had anything to say on what Shushu said in the video before we go forward? Lexi, I know you've been quiet. You've been chilling.
No, I just love what everyone is saying, and you know, it breaks my heart to see how some of these black ladies get treated, because they'll come at me and I feel it, like Dallas was saying, like I'm like, whoa, what the hell is going on? So when a man raises his voice, I get nervous, I get anxious, I don't feel right. And I'm not the type of woman who's gonna be like, oh, hold up a second, let me buck up to him too. I'm not like that, and it really breaks my heart when I see these feminine black women that these gentlemen are saying don't exist, being very respectful on these panels, trying to share a perspective. These are the women you say you want, right? And the women are doing everything to try to navigate those waters. And then there's guys there that don't even say, hey, bro, chill, bro. Like, let her talk. Right. Other women have to jump in and say, relax, let her make her point, make her point. And then all of a sudden, you know, if you're a pretty girl, you get attacked. If a guy defends you, you get attacked because you're pretty and he's a simp. And it becomes all this extra stuff. And then you get lost. You get lost. And then there's men like Tommy. You know, Tommy has little daughters. And Tommy isn't like a softie. He's like, you could tell he's no joke. And sometimes when he talks to the females, I love watching him because he does. You could tell that he's no joke, but he does it in such a way that it reaches me. It reaches me, you know. And even when Noble does it, or even when Sharon does it, it just reaches me. And I think that when the guys attack the ladies, and I know that I don't get it the way that most of you do, because maybe because I'm Latina, they don't give it to me as raw. Yeah. But I watch it and I'm like, damn, dude, like for real, look at this beautiful woman smiling, chilling, taking it, and you don't want to like back down. You don't know how to check yourself and say like, damn, I'm coming in strong, because I shouldn't have to tell you that. And like Savannah said, these gentlemen, you know, they don't step up, at least just as polite conversation and respectfully. Not that you're now advocating for this female. It's just like, listen, you know, human behavior And human conduct should be a universal thing. It shouldn't be selective and conditional. And that's the thing that bothers me is the behavior. Because then the ladies, including myself, we can come out of character, we can book up, we can do that stuff, but it's not in our nature. I have to go access that individual within me. And when I do bring her forth, I don't like the way I feel. So I'd rather just remove myself from the situation. So I just wanted to add that to everything else you beautiful people are already highlighting.
We definitely appreciate it. Definitely. Yeah. Back to the ghetto sphere.
Not with me.
Listen. Yeah. Just prepare yourself for this is I don't even know what this is. I don't know if this is passport, bro. I don't know. This is the ghetto sphere. This is the BGS. I don't care. I'm with all the smokers. If you want some smoke, I will gladly trash your ass.
A girlfriend, if you really want to, because staying at home, sitting on your computer, you don't get any.
So that's not him yet. That's one of his panelists. But I want you to get the context. Get the context before we get into the exact thing of what we went through. What Dallas Dee is going to explain. I'm probably going to have you explain that more. So whenever you want me to stop, you want to interject, just let me know. But I want you to get the context of what they were talking about prior to Dallas Dee kind of getting in. It's going to be somewhat of the chat, but her post is going to be brought up.
Girls, I'm sorry. So don't come to you. My situation is a little bit different because I'm a black guy in Germany. So sometimes girls come to me, what surprises me. But you must go where the women are to get a woman.
You're a little bit different because they call you the elephant man. But anyway, I think that joke might have flew over Snake Man's head. But
no, I understand it. That's why I call myself the Snake Man.
And what do you need to take somebody like Hammer down to Brazil for like 6 months, fuck everything in sight. Hey, here's some money, go fuck everything in sight. Come back, pussy's not that special.
You know what?
But the problem is they don't want to spend money, and I don't get it. If you don't have the game, spend the money.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, man. These niggas think the game is something you're born with. It's not. James Bond had to learn from something. God damn. If you're afraid to get out there and get your toe wet, you never learn to swim.
Yeah.
So eventually, you know how my father taught me how to swim BGS?
Threw you in there, huh?
He threw me, not just throw me in there, he threw me in the deepest part of the pool. Nigga, you better make it back. I'm like, what?
I just hold up, right? I can tell by the way this nigga sound. You don't get pussy, and nobody wants you. You sound like a bitch. You got muscles and shit, but that shit, this fucking shit is irritating. I hate when fucking low quality, fucking little dudes start talking about females. You don't get. Oh Jesus Christ, bro! The women don't want you. This is by the sound of the bitch in your voice. I got that shit, and like all this shit is fuck nigga shit. It's irritating. I can't stand this shit. Fuck. Irritating. Notice how I didn't ask them, because I already know. Nobody want no nigga with that bitch ass voice. That's why you got muscles. You sound like a bitch. Fucking muscles don't help you not be. You sound weak as shit. That shit is annoying.
Yeah, and I woke up to this. This is like 4:45 in the morning. I'm getting ready for work.
Gosh, this shit is fucking disgusting. I know. I listen. I'm about to be a feminist fucking after this video.
Not a feminist. Yo.
Oh my god. Yo, Tommy B, bro, I'm like 2 seconds to bring you up, bro. It's a ladies only shit, bro. And you and Brother Bernard, because because people gonna think it's just me, which is cool. But I know you back there reeling, bro. Oh my gosh. All these niggas make me so mad.
Just wait.
There you go. Like he's more getting me focused to get me mad at him. But I didn't realize I started paddling and swimming towards him. Oh, so this is how the shit works. Okay. I see. Why? And I'm like, there's no way in hell you telling me Hammer's father was a big influence on him.
Well, he's from a different country, so I wouldn't know. So
I didn't know either.
So at this moment is when Dallas Dee's comment came in. It's at the bottom. I kind of did a better job of being to the just cut kind of at the top of their heads off. But this is when her comment came in from her listening to the same shit. I think we had the same reaction at the same time. It's like, what you mean? Like, what you talking?
But he's not showing the traits of it because I'm like, what's so special? Okay, since you guys are such experts, where do I go buy it? I'm sick and tired of y'all talking.
In any corner you can buy. I don't know where you live, so I can't tell you.
Hold on. Did he now ask us how to get a prostitute? You are a human being.
Go find a taxi driver in any city where the hoes at. He'll take you right there.
You know what?
Same way I feel.
It's fucking disgusting. Bitch ass niggas.
You know what, hard buck? You know what, hard buck?
I can tell you that. It's not that hard. In any country that you go to, get a taxi driver. Hey, man, I want to buy some pussy. Okay, man, I'll take you right to him because he knows where they are. Am I right?
Yeah, with all that. People need to be less concerned with fucking and more worried about DNA. Having sex and paying.
Go back a few seconds.
You know what?
I don't hate him talking. I hate that voice.
Any country that you go to, get a taxi driver. Hey, man, I want to buy some pussy. Okay, man, I'll take you right to him because he knows where they are. Am I right?
Yeah, with all that. People need to be less concerned with fucking and more worried about DNA. Having sex and paying.
Child support.
Biological children. It's get the fuck out of here. See, they always said the freaks come out at night, but anyway.
Okay, Dallas Dee, what was your argument, baby?
I thought the argument was made.
What's the argument? You can come up if you want to. What's the argument? You don't even understand the argument that we're having.
Okay.
It's him trying to propose it like it's deep to me. That's the shit. Like, you was talking about buying pussy. Like, what
right?
What are you swelling up about? Like, I don't understand. You just said it.
This is low IQ behavior.
Like getting a prostitute potentially pregnant is what she's talking about. Like, fuck you, Nick. I hate you niggas, bro. I ain't gonna lie this week. I don't like none of y'all niggas.
When chicks get into the fray and don't even know the argument, I get, it's kind of like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's one of those situations, BGS. You look at a bitch and be like, bitch.
Dallas Dee, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay.
I think it might be a troll.
No. In other words, you're not a man. Okay, you don't understand what we're talking about.
Yeah. Go back in the kitchen. Anyway.
And infinite loser must be a troll.
Yeah. Take off the shoes and get in the kitchen, all right?
Anybody got on them? I'm gonna just say cuss words. What's your response to that?
Let me just do the context first. So the reason why I jumped on. So this was during the time that, we were having the whole conversation about the whole DNA thing. And, my thing is the whole equality family courts. I've been an advocate for child support reform for years. So we had just decided that what we were going to do was try to push a national DNA test day on August 26th. So at that time, I was going on my podcast tours and I was just going to different channels so we could have these conversations because this is impacting men. Paternity fraud impacts men. We had Carnell Smith on the show and everything. And so we were talking about that. So I wake up 4 something in the morning, I'm getting ready for work. And I have been trying to get on BGS's live for a while, right? So this morning I was like, oh shit, I finally caught BGS. So listening, and the only thing I hear is sex. That's That's all I hear is conquest and sex. I'm like, okay, well, since we're talking about sex, let's talk about this DNA conversation, because you can't have an audience of 20 and young 30-year-old men listening to you. And what you're talking about is how much you can conquer without telling them the consequences. Because the things that men complain about today is the same thing that you're perpetuating by telling men to just go to other countries and just screw your brains out. What you're complaining about today, you are perpetuating. So for me, when I jumped in the comments, it was about having the conversation about DNA. I'm like, okay, you got young men that are listening to you that are in college. Let's talk about what happens when you're just out here frivolously screwing. And all of a sudden, it was like the automatic attack. You don't know what the point is. I didn't hear a point. I heard a bunch of men talking about having sex. And what got me, what bothered me the most was the comment that he made about the swimming, how his father taught him how to swim. I get that. But the problem in the melanated community is we don't pass down knowledge. We don't teach each other how to avoid the same mistakes that we've made. So for you to not be willing to have this conversation, knowing where we are today, is what bothered me. So you're basically telling a bunch of men to just jump in the pool, go out there and sleep with as many women as you want to, and we'll deal with DNA or paternity fraud, or we'll deal with child support. You can deal with that later. You can fight with everybody else later. Why would we do that? You got women that are raising boys, and the only dreams we have in the Black community is to teach your sons to have an NFL contract, an NBA contract, or a rap deal. So we're pushing our boys to make millions of dollars and not talking about what happens when you make this kind of money and you're a victim of paternity fraud or just child support altogether, how it's an extortion and a transfer of wealth. So how can a bunch of 45, 50, and I don't even know if some of them are close to 60-year-old men be having this conversation for hours on end? This is like a 5-hour long show. So since I woke up at 4 something in the morning, this has been going on overnight. So you got 5, 6 men on the panel who are talking about, pardon my French, but getting ass. So that means for 5 hours, none of y'all was getting none. That's exactly what that meant.
Hold up.
Bang, 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 bang.
All right. Yo. So
bang, 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 bang.
Right.
Bang.
I think my thing is like it's just the irresponsible, like you said, Dallas Dee, like they completely missed the point. You're promoting irresponsible behavior. And then like, you know, you are not realizing you were creating your own problem. You can't complain about single parent households or single mothers raising these young boys when that behavior creates single mother households and creates situations where young boys are growing up and being raised by mothers. You can't complain about child support when you're engaging in that kind of behavior. And that should have been a part of the conversation. Like, okay, yeah, consequences and, you know, choices and consequences.
Facts.
This is what happens.
Facts.
So, yeah, they completely missed the point of that whole comment. Like,
what did y'all think about the bitch part? The you know, you need to have what barefoot and basically barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen and shit like that.
Yeah. First of all, of course, it was disrespectful, but they were saying it like purposefully to be
mean, right?
To be mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Jay.
Right. And what's funny is I didn't even hear that comment until I went back and watched it, because like I said, I was literally getting ready for work. So I was brushing my teeth while I had my phone playing in the bedroom. So I was just hearing like bits and pieces. And when I heard something, I would come back and say, well, and my second comment was me explaining to myself about what my point was about, since apparently they missed it the first time.
We're going to get to that. That's not it. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. JLE. There, bro. Look wonderful, love.
Thank you. I don't know that channel, and I don't know what kind of videos or other conversations they've had. But one thing that I dislike about certain panels or certain conversations is it becomes an echo chamber. And when it does do that, they tend to big each other up to see if they're disrespecting someone. Mm-hmm. The laughter, the ooh yeah, you know, and so it gets to a point where it does get very disrespectful, and then they think it's funny. I prefer to watch conversations or panels where it's a mixture, where it is somebody that'll disagree, especially about the point where you said about a lot of men will complain about single moms or the thought culture, but then they'll say, well, yeah, I don't want to be in a relationship. I just want to be out here creating that stuff. You know what I mean? Or I don't want to get married. It's a difference if, you say you don't want to do that, and you're maybe you with one person, y'all just want to do like a long-term thing, but if you're just out here just being reckless, then you're like Shushu said, you kind of like encouraging it. And it's very important for the guys, the older men that are on YouTube right now, to watch what they say when it comes to the younger kids, because they do pick up on that, and especially those kids with their parents aren't around because they're working. They're watching YouTube. They listen to other people to get that guidance, because if their parents aren't around, that's where they're getting it from. They may be getting it from the wrong person, or they're getting it from YouTube. So if you're telling them, yeah, you need to go out here and do such and such, they're gonna take that and they're gonna run with it, and then we're just gonna end up with the same problem, and then this conversation is gonna keep going on for the next 10, 20 years.
Facts.
And that's all I want to say on that.
Definitely. Lexi.
I want to say, I think it's funny, like some men, they play the part of what they think a man is. They don't really know. They don't really know how to conduct themselves accordingly, regardless of what kind of female you are around. There's still a female, and you're going to still be a gentleman. And so they go on these panels and they try to portray what they wish they could be. Because a man, it doesn't have to be high value. It doesn't have to be because he has money. He just has a code of conduct. Is going to behave and move a different way, versus like men who think that they got it going on. They don't have it going on, but on these panels, they want to act like they're the last Coca-Cola on earth, and they're not.
Right.
Okay? They're not. They're not. That was disgusting, and that was rude of those men to be up there having the opportunity to speak on things, and all what they did. Or like when you go to, when you go out and you see a guy hit on a girl, and then the girl says, "Oh no, thank you, I'm not interested. Thank you for the drink." And instead of him saying, "Well, okay, beautiful, go about your day," they buck up and they call you up.
Bitch.
Yep. And that guy at the deep end of the pool, he should have drowned, because that's what he is. That's why he's one of those guys. You could tell. That's right. He is noble. You called it out in his voice. He doesn't get no women. He doesn't get the women that he wishes he could get. And then the guys that can get him, he tries to portray what that would be like. You're not that man. You're pretending to be that guy. You're playing the part. And we could tell. Women could tell. Guys could tell. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's highly disrespectful. And it's actually really disgusting for men to think that way of speaking is going to make us say, "Oh, well, what do I have to do so I could be good enough for you?" Dude, you need to be reborn, buddy, because you have no home training. You're like a puppy that's peeing all over the house. Okay? So that was despicable. That was despicable to me, because that to me is they're portraying what they wish they could be, and they don't have any idea, because guys who are really, really about that way of life, they don't deal with those kind of guys. They don't tolerate those kind of guys. They don't have them in the circles. And then they come together here, they get together in groups of 3, 4, and 5, and they're about to have their moment. You know what I mean? They're about to have their moment. So I got me a little hyped up, because I think it's just disgusting.
Yeah.
And honestly, the buildup of these videos is just getting me a little heated over here. Because it's just so disrespectful, and I hate when guys think that they have all the answers or that they know the way, and it's like, dude, you don't have any idea. You don't, and we could see that. So that was all I wanted to share.
Talk your shit, Lexi.
And
Savannah?
you would think that these men would have appreciated the point Dallas was trying to bring up, based on how many men are taking care of children that aren't theirs. So unless their wife stepped out on them and birthed a child with another man, I don't understand the trigger behind that comment. And it just shows you How are you going to degrade a woman in the comments by making the remarks about her being barefoot or whatever he said, yet expect her to hop on the panel?
Yeah.
You're not creating a safe space. And honestly, any woman, with the exception of Dallas, any woman that would have hopped on the panel would have been deemed masculine. So it's like a lose-lose. And now that I'm seeing it happen with was it Lexi? I'm not really sure who it happened with, but it was on Little Podcast's channel. If the woman removes herself from the panel, she's then deemed like, I don't know, she's running or she's trying to play the victim. It's like, what the hell y'all want us to do?
Facts. Go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
No,
but I would have jumped on it
all I
though.
like to
I
say.
would have jumped had I not been getting
Right.
ready for work. Oh, I would have jumped on the
Right.
panel because I'm with the smoke. I would have jumped right on that panel had I not been getting ready for work that morning.
Yeah.
Because if we're gonna have the conversation, let's have the conversation. I'm not afraid of it, and I don't care nothing about your misogynistic comments. That don't bother me. I got very thick skin.
Wow.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanna address a few things. I got to back up Savannah on the compete part, and the answer is no. They don't want to compete because they got to deal with niggas like me, and I get up earlier than them, and I go to sleep later, and they don't want to win. And they don't really don't want to compete. That's why they got this thing called Dirty Mac. You know, he was on there. He was doing this and using covert operations to be able to compete with me because you can't compete with me on level playing field. So they don't want to compete, and that's what we talk about in the space amongst men pretty often. Check this in back. Okay. All right, Dallas. I'm gonna bring up this comment from Priscilla. So I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna read your chat. So the title is "Right Message, Wrong Target." So it's not whether the message is right, even though, like, again, so she says that's a black pill channel, and some of them are black pill monks. I would suggest listening with an open mind, understanding what their positioning is. She should have listened. Cool. So again, it's right message. It's giving them all of that. And your space, that's where it is, and it is what it is. But again, wrong target, because nothing she said was incorrect. And if that is a space where that's incorrect, then that space is incorrect. And eventually they'll have to run into me anyway. That's why I took that position. I'm well aware of things like this. I'm making it known up front and in full. I will trash y'all whole sector by myself. Y'all not good enough to go back and forth with me. That shit's stupid. Because you're being irresponsible. Y'all old men. Tell them to be responsible. Like the young dudes that I talk to, it's about being responsible and being disciplined. So it's not even a challenge their position. Y'all position is right within your space, but you're wrong when you get to me.
Ooh.
So that's how that works.
And they're wrong for perpetuating what they complain about. I don't care what space it is. You can't complain about the situations you create. When it comes to self-infliction, my pity runs out the door.
Okay. Yep. Bang, bang.
Bang.
Hi, Dallas.
Bang,
I like
bang,
you, Dallas.
bang,
I like you, girl. Damn.
Hey.
Whip it good, Dallas.
Dallas. Y'all gotta stop playing with Dallas Dee.
But the comment that was brought up before, I admitted that when I walked in, I said, okay, well, you know what? I don't know how the conversation started. I don't know the pretext of the conversation. So I started to listen. So I came back and explained to them what my point was. But even after that, it was still, I just couldn't understand what point they were making. All I heard was men talking about conquest. That was it.
Hold that, because we're about to go right into it right now. You don't need, because it's coming up, so you can see the full context. You don't even gotta explain yourself.
Should be pregnant by now. Are you pregnant? No.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Go get pregnant.
Are you making that damn sandwich?
Are you making a sandwich? Okay, y'all can jump in anytime if you want to.
Can y'all hear me now?
You got you.
No, nigga.
Okay, something was going on with my mic, I guess.
You good, Jesse? You good?
So yeah, what I was gonna say.
You buttermilk better when you.
I don't think Hammer is necessarily looking just for sex. I think he's looking for a real life, like female slave, based on a video that you responded to, BGS.
What he wants is the easy way out. Okay.
Yeah,
That's what
Then
Charles is saying. Okay,
he
what
wants
you
a
want is way
slave.
out. Yeah.
He wants a slave. Go to Eastern Europe. There's an entire countries who sells their own women to get rid of them. You can treat them like slaves.
Because they can't feed them.
I'm gonna put it to you this way, Jesse. This is what.
Well, I don't care. Concrete Rose came from my camp. Okay, Concrete Rose would not come on here and actually tell me that. Okay, you don't know who she's fucking with.
I'm gonna tell you this one, Jesse.
You come with some bullshit, Dallas Dee. I'm gonna be rude. That's bullshit, right? I'm gonna be rude.
You gotta
at least know what we're talking about.
And stop clutching your pearls and make that damn sandwich.
Yeah, make the sandwich. Are you pregnant yet? You should be pregnant by now. I
I
know you're pregnant. Anyway,
I'm gonna put it to you this way, Jesse.
I double down on dumb shit.
What age were you when you started talking to girls? Hey,
what point are they making?
What'd you say?
What point are they making? They're saying that I didn't understand the point. I haven't heard a point that they were making. All I heard was conquest.
Right.
When you think it makes sense to buy vagina like that, I guess, and they say we all pay for it. Buying and paying is kind of two different things. One is maintenance and one is access. Well, you need to spend money for access. You're not good enough on your own to get it without that. The other part is maintenance, is to keep, fuck that shit. I don't even, these niggas is tricking and they whores. And that's that part. So I don't understand what's to be missed. That's why I wanted to play it a little earlier before you jumped in, because that's all you said. You said get a guy and go buy as much pussy as possible. To accomplish what? Like, what's the goal? Even passport bros. I'm like, what y'all niggas on? Like, what you trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish? It's just stupid. And it's just to be disrespectful. I don't listen. I've been a bully. That's pretty obvious, right? I've been a bully. And I had to learn to not be a bully. Then I became a bully of bullies, because there's no point in me whipping on unworthy opponents and then beating on my chest talking about I'm a tough guy. It's low class, it's low quality type of shit. So I don't like when people attack people and they know that they can't win. Like, that shit really bothers me. So it's all fucking 6 of you niggas up here attacking the female in a chat. That's how a man looks at it. That's why Bernard going off in the chat. That's why Tommy B going off in the chat, because it's this low quality, low male shit. And to say you have a point when you don't have no point. You didn't make a point. You're just saying shit. You just dismissing it, and that's big in this community, in this little sphere. Being dismissive is there, like, it's like an attribute now. I could just dismiss your topic. You talk whatever you're saying without actually meeting you intellectually. That's an accomplishment for these niggas, and it's not masculine.
He got a candygram. Hold on, he'll be back. What you doing up anyway, Jesse?
Bastard. Got a candygram. Shit, I need to go tell that candygram.
Wait. He's trying to get that nut. Hold on, he'll be back.
Don't forget to wipe your forehead.
He trying to get that nut. Just been on the panel with a bunch of niggas. So he gonna get it from y'all? That's weird.
He's sweating.
That's not masculine.
No, it's like you and I talked about years ago. It's an extreme delayed adulthood.
Yeah.
And what happens is you got guys who's 20 and
you got 2 devices, Jesse?
God damn, Jesse is multiplying.
He's trying. He must have something really important to say, because he got 2 devices open.
Yeah. Jesse said he
probably like me, probably one on the phone and one on the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he treat
really important.
You know, niggas like y'all treat this like y'all got your hoes. You got one for the
Go ahead and jump in if you already got something to say. We're not going to be on too much longer, because we're already 4 hours in.
4 hours.
No, I was going to say, as a Howard grad, I was going to jump in. You said that he's a Senegalese guy from. Well, I mean,
yeah, I think that's
going to Howard.
Yeah,
there's no.
Well, I mean, to play devil's advocate, not saying the guy's right or wrong, and of course, I've lived all over the African continent.
Yeah,
but when you come from a African country like that, well, if you have that culture, sometimes those guys, it's not that they're scared, but it's just that if you come from that type of culture, 7 out of 10 times your wife is going to get introduced to you, through the community. They're going to be like, all right, well, this is this. Women are going to be presented to you through the family or through the community.
Okay.
So,
that's true, but the problem is he's not in Senegal. That's the problem.
What I'm saying. But just playing devil's advocate in his defense. And what Charles was saying, as far as learning game and learning how to talk to women, look, a lot of African dudes don't really have to learn game. They just like, all right, I'm just going to grow up and become a man, and then the options are going to present themselves. So, just playing the devil's advocate.
But if you were grown up here, gotta adapt.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna break that down to a lot of African dudes.
He's just lazy.
African dudes,
he's lazy.
Are some of the biggest fucking simps ever.
They're hoes, and some of the hoes.
They hoes, but they simps. They throwing out money left and right.
Okay, Dallas Dee, this is the wrong talk. This is the wrong channel for you. Okay, wrong channel for you.
God damn it, woman.
So, and honestly, that's why I agree with him. I agree with him on that. I agree that that's the wrong channel, and
It's
that's
the wrong channel to be logical.
Right.
Well,
If you want to talk about effing and sucking, that's the place to go. I'm glad he cleared it up for us.
I just want to know if anybody else caught the point that they were making outside of me. I get it. I didn't get the pretext of the conversation. I just didn't hear a point. Even when the new guys were jumping in, you're still talking about conquest. That's the only thing I heard.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think they actually read what you said, what you actually wrote. All they saw was your name. It was like, hey, we told you already. Now get in there and make that sandwich. Oh, are you pregnant yet? It just automatically started just being ignorant.
And what's funny about that is I'm one of the women that doesn't have a problem with being in the kitchen I don't have a problem with that. None whatsoever.
Right.
So to me, you don't even know anything about me.
Right.
That is a display of enabling mental health issues. That is a panel of men that clearly have deep mental health problems, and they get together and they enable each other, because nothing they were talking about was things that they wish they could do. They wish that they can get all this, vagina that they're talking about allegedly obtaining. I get more vagina than that guy who they dumped in the pool.
Bang, 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 bang.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude about it, but it's just mental health. You're just watching are you serious right now? Do you really think that what you're thinking is going to work on a woman who's a high quality woman, respectful woman, who was raised, with some morals? You think that she's going to say, oh, I'm going to go for the guy who was thrown into the deep end of the pool. He sounds like the ideal mate for me. Dude, it sounds so sick. It sounds sick. It doesn't sound like normal human behavior, listening to those men talk and then big each other up like it's cute. It's actually terrible. It's actually terrible to see. And definitely they're delusional. They are delusional. Those men are not able to procure a woman who was raised by her father, or a woman who has had some level of guidance in her life. She would not be drawn to that man. I don't know. The type of woman who would be drawn to that man is a woman who's very broken, very broken. And those type of guys will prey on women like that. They don't go after the women who could set them straight respectfully. They go after the women who are broken, who now think that they're the best man ever. And it's a limited mindset. It's a brain that is not fully developed in my opinion. And it's freaking scary because these people procreate and they raise other boys to think this way, or like you guys were saying, influencing young people on these panels, on this internet stuff, as if what they're saying is cool. It's cool. It's not cool, dude. It's not cool. You sound like an idiot. And if we were at a bar or at a party or at a dinner party and you said those type of things, people would correct you. Men would correct you and be like, listen, you don't talk about women like that, barefoot, pregnant, make me a sandwich. Who the hell are you, dude? To think that,
like Tommy said, they know it's no consequences. But hold up 1 second. This is for Sugar Bomb.
Are you done? Are you done?
She on her troll tip. I made that for her because she just likes trolling.
I just want to say something about what Lexi said about, the choosing the guy who learned by jumping in the deep end of the pool or being thrown. For me, honestly, I don't care how you learn your lessons. I don't care if you learned how to swim because you were thrown in the deep end or because you went to the YMCA and took lessons for a year. To me, I don't care how you learn. What bothers me is after you learn that lesson, what did you do with that knowledge? If you're not passing it down, if you're perpetuating what you complain about, that's what I have a problem with. I don't mind the guy who learned how to swim because his father threw him in the deep end of the pool. Hell, that's how I learned how to swim. So that doesn't bother me. But what do you do with that knowledge after you obtain it?
Facts.
No. My point is that the reason that I was using him because he acts as if he got the points. He acts as if he got, I was thrown in the deep end, and then it's like, yeah, but you still don't have the qualifications. You were thrown in the deep end, and you really didn't even come out on top. It's almost like you just should have drowned, because you don't serve a purpose. You don't serve a purpose. You should be sterilized. You should be castrated. You shouldn't be allowed to procreate.
Bang.
JLE. What's your take, love?
Pretty much what I was saying earlier. Just about being careful the message that you send out, even if you feel like you're just joking. Because people do take that in and they turn it into talking points and they use it in their own life.
Facts.
And something Dallas said earlier, that making a sandwich and cooking and cleaning, it's not an insult. Just because you don't have women doing that for you doesn't mean you should degrade a woman. That's not an insult.
Bang.
And I think that just further proves that he doesn't value a feminine woman, because how is that an insult? You don't hear us going insulting a man by saying, yeah, go make that money. That's not an insult. That's what we want you to do. Right. That's not an insult. So he just revealed his mentality, and I can't respect a man like that.
Facts.
Can you? I was going to just ask you to highlight that comment too, with Poppy saying, "I don't hear none of these in the real world." I've actually heard people say that on other panels too. They say, "You guys don't even talk like this. You go outside, you just get on here, and all of a sudden you're angry." But in real life, that is not what comes out of your mouth. So you're right, Poppy.
Absolutely. We're actually about to see Poppy in a second. So we, Jolly, this is like your exchange was the last straw. Now, for me, it wasn't bad. This was with you and Holly, Icon, whatever his name is, and it wasn't nowhere close as bad as Dee's, and it wasn't that he was wrong. It's just for me, the incoherence in a conversation. And my foundation is this. When I said this to Savannah, I said this. These dudes just want to push their talking points, their YouTube manosphere talking points, and they don't hear, they don't care, and you constantly are getting, and you handle it well. Like I don't even think you was offended, but you handle it completely well. And I just kind of want people to see what I'm talking about. And I'm not trying to demonize the brother. It's not that the stuff that he's saying isn't facts. It's not that it's that, again, right message, wrong target. It's just like you have in your mind built up so many different talking points that you're just not listening, and you're not even taking cues. And it speaks to why these dudes have problems with women in these spaces in their real life anyway, because you don't listen. I don't know why it's so hard for dudes to listen, but it's a pretty helpful skill. Y'all niggas might want to try it. So Jay and Savannah, what is y'all take about? So I'm showing this part because I want to see the contrast when you know how to have a conversation with a woman versus you pushing a YouTube talking point. Granted, I know I'm on a little podcast channel. I know we on YouTube, but I'm not going to lose my decorum of having a conversation with a woman just because we on YouTube. It's not it's not court. The girls getting flued out. We ain't never got the flued out in the expectation of sex.
Oh. You said, have I ever got flued out?
No. On the topic. Oh. On the topic.
She's like, I can't talk about that.
Confidential. Nah,
things is a little podcast question.
Actually, it was my question.
Oh, your question, my bad. But, not the eye roll.
She's feisty, boy.
No.
You see, let me just bring myself. You see how I just admitted I was wrong. You see, it don't hurt. You know, I didn't catch on fire. I just want to kind of show guys how to do that. I was wrong. My bad. You need to listen to. I ain't an attacker. I was wrong.
I'm not. I don't believe in being naive at all. I don't believe in gray areas. I do expect people to be honest. So if somebody's asking to fly you out and there's an understanding, if you don't want to do whatever they're asking, I don't think you should go. But I think I'm definitely about honesty and laying everything on the table. I'm not gonna go anywhere with anybody I don't like. But I know there are a lot of people that do that just to get a free trip or whatever they're doing. But I don't do anything with anybody that I'm not attracted to. I don't like. It saves a lot of headache. It saves a lot of turmoil. Yeah. So I think the videos that I've been seeing of people that, been going off on people about, maybe not holding up the end of the bargain, they just probably went with somebody they didn't like. They probably thought it was a free trip for them to go do whatever they wanted to do. And ended up in a sticky situation. So I think everybody should be honest about their intentions. So you can either say yes or you can say no. And if it's that serious, just buy your own ticket. And then you can decide what you want to do instead of trying to do it on somebody else's dime and potentially ending up on WorldStar.
What about particularly the obligation part?
Like if you're obligated to give them, no, I don't think you're obligated, but at the same time, I don't believe in putting myself in sticky situations. I would hate for somebody to be filming me and then I end up going viral because I didn't give somebody, because people are very, they're quick to pull out a phone and record you. Mm-hmm. So I don't believe in putting myself in a situation like that. So anything, if I do something, it's because I want to do it. I don't do anything for free food, for free flights. I don't do anything that, because if anything, I could buy my own flight. I can provide my own food and all that type of stuff.
I want y'all to realize this is her first show that she did. You wouldn't know it. It's the first show she ever did. I think maybe the first or second time you came up, you wouldn't tell. You couldn't even tell this was like time number one. So you're a natural at this. That's why I definitely support, podcasts, bigging you up, because you're natural.
So yeah, I don't believe in I think we're all here to be used, but it's when you start misusing people, it's a problem. Right. So yeah, and then I'm a homebody anyway. So if I come outside, it's for a reason. And I'm not coming outside if it's not going to be a good time. So yeah, I don't
it's a great
subscribe to using people for your own gain. Because like I said, you could end up on WorldStar because now you didn't piss somebody off. I like to keep it a buck. I like for people to keep it a buck with me. If you don't keep it a buck with me, then we have an issue, because then you take away my choice. So that's my take on it.
Gemini things. Savannah?
I agree with Jay. I think it's ridiculous for a woman to agree to be flown out or flued out to see a man that she's not sexually interested in. That being said, I don't think she's obligated to bust it open for him.
Bang, 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 bang.
People have the right to change their minds, and most of the time, I feel like the women that are changing their minds, yes, the guy can say something goofy, but if she changes her mind, it's a blessing. Because most of those women, if she does follow through and sleep with you, she can always say, something happened, you forced her. So it's just better to let her go. Don't be petty. Do not be petty. Because if that woman goes missing, it's on your ass. So
you hear that, Bobby?
Do not be petty. They're baiting you. Do not be petty, Poppy.
That's yeah,
Leave those Colombian women alone.
Yeah, I don't think they want to do those kind of accusation against me. Because they would really go missing after that.
Oh my God.
They won't play with me like that.
I don't know why I wouldn't help y'all.
I want to say something to Ali because I feel like we almost got into it in the chat earlier.
All right, this is the smoke part. I just wanted to have that part in there to see the contrast when you're having an actual conversation going back and forth. It's about to get dramatically different. I guess time, people got a PE and shit like that. Niggas get it. I don't know. Like you sit on for a while, it's like, you know what, I gotta get my shit off. I don't get what's going on. It's just it's weird, but it speaks to what JLES said earlier in this live. When it's starting in the chat, she reiterated it when she came, earlier today, and then in this video now, you know what I mean?
Wait, Poppy sound like he trained guard dogs.
You should be ashamed, Poppy. You should be ashamed.
I'm sorry.
You call him, listen. Little Tony, I'm about to change your name to Tony Montana. You be on some shit. You like the dog saying Tony Montana. You're gonna go up missing. No, you can't. Poppy, listen. Let me talk to Poppy real fast. It's me. It's just me. You ain't nobody else. God, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. This is certain shit. Go cool ass nigga. This is like service. You gotta like relax. I get it. Latin. We passionate. We want to make people turn up missing. But you can't do that, my nigga.
Can't be saying that.
You just can't be saying. It's just stuff. Yes. Yes. Cry because it's bad. You see what I'm saying? Niggas be recording. I want you from with you, bro. Man, I can't go live because I got a court. I don't need that in my life. I need Poppy to be showing up on everybody's channel every day. Like you be everywhere. I see this nigga every day, nonstop. Every day I see Poppy.
Lord.
You said something about.
Back a couple seconds. Here we go.
That would really go missing after that.
Oh my God.
Bang, they won't play with me like that.
I don't know why I wouldn't help y'all.
I want to say something to Ali because I feel like we almost got into it in the chat earlier because you
and JLE, stop me anytime. And if I'm mischaracterizing anything you say, you know where you come from. Just definitely let me know.
Said something about I can't remember exactly, but we were speaking about how some people's personalities don't mesh well with relationships. And I think I said something about I get tired of people quick, and you were like, oh, that means that you can't get along with people. And yes. I like to point out the fact that some people shouldn't be in relationships because it's just not within their personality to be with people long term. It's going to be some people that are built for that and some people that are not. And I think the people that are not built to do that long term shouldn't pretend like they are and end up giving other people trauma. And I also said that I was, a loner by choice because I just don't really subscribe to the whole thing about being with people to long term. It just doesn't work for me. So do you feel like there are some people that are not built to be in long term relationships or married?
If they're built that way, they were raised that way, and they're inadequate as an individual. So if you grew up in a household that developed men and women and developed the mother and father energy in people in order to create relationships, you're going to be able to create relationships that have longevity. If you typically come from a broken home where you didn't have a man or woman, even though they were in the house or they weren't in the house, or a mother and father, you're going to struggle with relationships. So then a lot of women I see now, they strong and independent. They don't need marriage for security and stability. They complain and they say they.
All right, I can't. It's just call me petty. I want to go over the question one more time. This is what I'm talking about. It's like ready, set. It's my turn, right?
Some people that are not built to be in long-term relationships or married.
If they're damn, I didn't realize he talked that long.
Because I just don't really subscribe to the whole thing about being with people to long term. It just doesn't work for me. So do you feel like there are some people that are not built to be in long-term relationships or married?
Do you feel like there are certain people that are not built for relationships or married, right? That's the question. Let's hear his response.
If they're built that way, they were raised that way, and they're inadequate as an individual.
That's not the question. That's not what you asked. It's not what you asked. Right off top. Let's see if it gets better from here.
So if you grew up in a household that developed men and women and develop the mother and father energy in people in order to create relationships, you're going to be able to create relationships that have longevity. If you typically come from a broken home where you didn't have a man or woman, even though they were in the house or they weren't in the house, or a mother and father, you're going to struggle with relationships. So
at that point, you gave a bad answer, but it had something to do with what was asked. Here come the part that irritates the shit out of me. You got, all right, it's time to, you got all your talking points queued up. You got shit you want to say for whatever reason, whether he liked Jay or he just want to get his shit off. I don't have no idea. If he got a channel, I have no idea. But this shit was incoherent. And now I'm just sitting there like, nigga.
Then a lot of women I see now, they strong and independent. They don't need
for nothing. Had nothing to do with the question. Am I tripping? Now I'm gonna ask you here. Am I tripping, Jay? All right. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm,
need marriage for security and stability. They complain and they say they're equal and they don't need anybody. They complain they don't have anybody, and then they're going to therapy. So if you're so strong and have all the strength, why are so many women still looking for people, looking for friends, looking for companionship, having to get a cat and dog, but they don't know how to create relationships? They're focusing too much still on self-development and not on creating relationships with a man, woman, and being able to create.
Do you feel like there's people not built for long-term relationships? None of this has nothing to do with the question. This is fucking irritating. And why I'm frustrated is because it's going to be lives tomorrow. It's going to be lives later today. It's going to be lives next week. And we're going to have to go through this shit all day, nonstop. Incoherent responses. They don't understand questions. And it irritates the fucking shit out of me. It really does. Because I'm going to get my shit off. First, it's just shutting up because you don't have an answer. Right. Irritating. And you are responding to a woman asking you a question and you just shooting blanks everywhere, trying to act like you're not targeting her or targeting people in the chat or targeting women that may watch it on the replay, and you taking away from the conversation. It's 7 other people here. One thing I don't like is when I see piss poor leadership in men. It irritates my fucking soul, because what have you been doing this whole time you've been alive? What have you been doing? Like, you don't understand it's not about you? I don't get that. I'm extremely talented. But I know I can't overshadow or outshine the team. It's not about me. It's about us. It's about a team effort. And none of these niggas do that. They don't know how to be leaders. They'll even say I'm not a leader, as if you have a choice on whether you're a leader or not. Now, that's a whole nother live I'm going to do on leadership, because there ain't nothing in life I studied more or longer than leadership. We're going to get to that later, but this shit irritates me. You can't even lead a conversation. Why the fuck would she follow you outside?
You know what's so funny? When Kevin Samuels used to do Men's Week, and he used to have men call in. It's funny because like men would call in and ask a question, and Kevin Samuels would be like, "Wait a minute, like, what are you saying?" It's like, so what are you asking? He was like, "Y'all want women to follow y'all and all this other stuff, but you can't even clearly articulate what it is you're asking." Mm-hmm. He was like, "I'm a man and I don't understand it. So how you expect a woman to understand what you ask and what you're saying?" He was like, that's part of the problem. Y'all don't know how to communicate. You don't know how to clearly ask for what you want. Like, but you expect a woman to just follow. Because you a man. Just follow.
Blindly. Right. She had eyes for 30-something years, 20-something years, however long she's been alive, and she's just not supposed to use them because you feel like it, which is fucking retarded. What were you thinking about, Jay, as he was responding to you? Like, what's running through your mind? If that was
like you said, he was spewing talking points at me. Because like you said, I just pretty much asked him, do you feel like some people are built or not built for long-term relationships? And I do think that some people don't have any business being in long-term relationships. Even if you have a good upbringing, sometimes it just doesn't mesh well with you. And I think what people would try to do, and I'm telling y'all, when I was in the other chat, he wrote me a whole paragraph about why I'm alone or stuff like this. I'm just like, what? Like, I've never seen anything like that before, where somebody just write you a whole paragraph telling you, oh, this is why you like it. This is why you like this. And it's like, there's always going to be sometimes multiple ways as to why somebody is like that. And it doesn't always have to be because they had a bad upbringing. You can also, it's okay to add personality into the equation. You know what I mean? It's not always just about how you were raised. Because there were some people that were raised well and they're criminals now. But we tell people if you do have a good upbringing, you won't be a criminal. So it's not going to always be what you want it to be. But that's what happens in these spaces, is that somebody will take this part and they'll take some talking points from over here and they'll slap it together, and they listen to respond instead of listening to understand. And you notice, like, well, I know sometimes when I wasn't looking at the camera, it's really because I was trying to remember what he said. But, you know, they just start talking, and then it just goes into another thing, and then goes into another thing. Because like you said, they've been writing these talking points down in their mind, and they're waiting for the perfect opportunity to say it. Boom, 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 boom. And at that point, you monopolizing the conversation. Because if you notice the guy that had the hookah or whatever, he didn't even get a chance to speak. It's really because what it turned into was them, because he went into a whole nother conversation, because then they found out that I don't want to be married or have any more kids. I already have one kid. So then that just started a whole nother conversation, more talking points. I think everyone should be free to live how they want to live without you automatically trying to diagnose them and tell them why they shouldn't do that. Because what if okay, so I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't want to get married to have more kids. What if I do that and I'm like, I should have never did this, and I end up leaving the person, and then they end up with trauma, or they end up in a space where now they come into YouTube and they're hurt, or, you know, they're get their own talking points now. You know what I mean? It's better for people to live in their truth and be who they are, instead of trying to pretend to be something else and hurt somebody else or create another like situation. And then now it's a whole thing and people are getting triggered. So that's just how I feel. And I just think a lot of people are trying to make everybody live the same. And it's not possible, because we're not all the same. We have different viewpoints. We have different personalities. So what works for you is not going to work for me. That's all. That's really much pretty much what I was trying to tell him from being in the chat earlier and bringing up that conversation to him. I was trying to drive the point home that you have your way of doing things and I have my way of doing things. You spewing talking points at me is not going to make me change my mind. Okay. Maybe in a couple of years I may change my mind, but at this moment, eventually I tuned him out. But at this moment, I have decided what I have decided. And there are reasons why I have decided what I've decided. Most of it is based on personality and other things I'm doing as well. So, yeah, most of the time when people start spewing that stuff at me, I go off in my mind somewhere, because I don't care anymore. Because it's just too much.
But you know what? These YouTube spaces have created an avenue for a lot of people to search for followers, but don't know how to properly lead. And that's a problem. You can't be searching for followers not knowing how to lead. That reminds me of a guy I dated. He wanted to be the one to throw the religious arguments in your face. I'm like, but you're not following scripture. You don't get to throw Bible quotes in my face when you're not following God. Because nowhere in the Bible does say I got to follow your soul to hell, sir. Nothing say that. Sorry. Follow the scripture and I'll follow you. But you can't be throwing the Bible up in my face and you're not following scripture yourself. That's not how that works.
Facts. I wanted to say this because in the chat we got the righteous fit, we got Couch Game, we got Couch Game on the panel with me now. And one of the things that's dope about Mr. Palmer channel is that he makes it clear that what guys are going through with child support and child alienation and shit, and these baby mama terrorists, is that you're not alone. So part of like the women in the chat and definitely the women that's on this panel, that you're not alone, that you're not crazy. It's one of the things that help these dudes like get their minds together. It's like, all right, it's not just me. You got people in your face saying it's just you. It's not just you. It's happening to a lot of different people, that a lot of different sisters that don't deserve it. So that's a part of why I wanted to now that we y'all kind of see the dumb shit all everybody gone through, other than like Lexi, and because Savannah was there too. But y'all gonna see how I did the best I can to interject to get the shit back on the right track, but he's a damn.
Hey, World Class.
Yes.
Before you start it back up, since you're speaking about the chat, I wanted to address a comment that was in the chat, or a couple that came from Princessa. I get it. like I said before, I knew that I came in on the end of a conversation, but I didn't hear a point. And the reason why I was excited about catching him live is because I've heard a lot of BGS's listening to some replay, and he has a lot of intellectual conversation. So I was actually looking forward to having an intellectual conversation with another individual. And what a lot of people are, you jump on the fact that I got triggered. I was not triggered. I heard a conversation that men were having about conquering. And as an advocate for child support reform, I jumped in and made a comment about DNA paternity fraud. Because what kind of advocate would I be if I'm listening to a bunch of men talk about, hey, this is what you need to do. You need to go buy this. You need to go overseas and get as much of this, without having that conversation. If you're a history teacher and you hear somebody misquoting history and you know it's wrong, what kind of teacher would you be if you allowed that mindset to go on? Now, what they do with the information once you correct them, that's on them. But as an advocate, I don't walk past any group of anybody talking about, oh, we just need to conquer, or having sex, without talking about the repercussions of sex. When my son was of sex age, we talked about everything about sex, not just the fact that you can get pregnant. We talked about don't use her condom because women poke holes in condoms. We talked about not throwing your condom in the trash can. We had real conversations. So as an advocate, it wasn't that I was triggered by what he said. I heard the sex conversation. So as an advocate for child support reform, I felt the need to jump in and throw out that perspective, because that's what these YouTube spaces are. We're having conversations. So if we can't be open about different perspectives, it's not a conversation. You're talking at me. And that's the difference.
That's a fact. That's what the problem is. And then you don't even have it. Can't articulate, and you're not making sense.
Right.
Talk the points. But yeah, like a couple of times I was trying to break in and but he was just bullheaded about it, which I can't, I'm about as bullheaded as it get, you know what I'm saying? But you gotta have some level of self-control.
With a man, they're intolerable. They're narcissists. Actually, they're trauma bonding, and they've become narcissists. Where a lot of men, most of the men on the panel had to create themselves. We have to have charisma. We have to have personality. We have to grow into our manhood. Y'all are born with womanhood and just have to sustain it. A lot of you are entitled, and you use your looks and sexuality to get men, and you have no substance and typically are intolerable. Nobody really wants to be around you. A lot of women don't want to be around a lot of women, and typically you'll get a cat and dog. Or may get a kid possibly, and then you get some type of unconditional love from a kid and from babies or sex to get some type of connection from a man, because you do not know how to have a genuine connection with a man or a child.
I think that's something. So what was your pushback, Jay?
She got a process.
Pushback on what? No, it's not that I have the process.
She said that's why eventually I tuned them out. That's complete evidence right there. So I ain't listening to that shit because this is no fucking point of talking to you, because you talking at all of us.
But
You about to say something, Lexi?
Yeah, I just wanted to say he sounds like a snake oil salesman. He's a charlatan. He's a fraud. He doesn't respect women. He's here talking crap, trying to raise up the man. He has no point. He has no direction. Like Dallas said, he's talking at us, not talking to us. And then he wants to generalize and make assumptions about women and all this stuff and all these things, because he's a snake oil salesman. He doesn't have any premise, any point or anything to say. He should just stay quiet and have an open mind and let some of this information impact him. But he thinks he has the answers. He thinks he's like hooked on phonics with all the answers in the back. And it's like, no, buddy, you have a lot to learn, Mr. Ilkhan Ali. Let me let you know, trying to come up here and trying to make it sound like you have all the answers for the fellas and for the ladies. No, sir, you sound like a charlatan to me. He sounds like one of these fake politicians who are acting like they want to help you, but they got little side hustles on. They got little side hustles going on, and it doesn't come across as authentic and real to me. So I black out, and I just my body, my ears, everything just stops listening to that because it doesn't sound real to me.
Yeah, it's coochie drying rhetoric. We know this. You know what I'm saying? But why come he don't know that? And if y'all wondering why, like as you go through this, why I'm not going off for 3 reasons. 1 is not my channel. 2 is not my show. 3 is her first show. I ain't want a bunch of niggas arguing on her first show and deter her and fuck it up for podcast. And I knew I could, you know what I'm saying, make her like, nah, I don't want to do the show and shit. And just because niggas is arguing and then I don't want to look like some simp ass nigga up there. You know what I'm saying? Having it's too close to the damn sausage fest as it is. Too many niggas up there.
No, but you know what? I don't mean to interrupt you, sorry. I just want to say, it's good to let these guys just talk. It's good for us to know that they exist and that for him to say, give her a moment to process. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, sir? That's not respectful conversation. And it doesn't show like you're advocating growth. It looks like to me like you're one of these guys that thinks that you're a daddy or that you have all the information and you could provide guidance when you don't even know how to listen. You couldn't even listen to the beautiful and lovely Jay Ali, her question. He didn't listen to her question. He already, like she said, he already has something he wanted to say.
Yep.
And then these type of guys, you know, because maybe they have more access to things. They think that they're better. They think they're above the thing. And you want to know something? Some men like this gentleman, Mr. Ali, they because maybe they've experienced other cultures or been with women of other cultures, because he is part Turkish.
Mm-hmm.
They think they're better than most black men. You know what I mean? He to me gives me an air of arrogance. And I think that gentlemen like him need to be allowed to speak all this rhetoric so that we know that they exist, because it just sounds really dumb to me. Maybe I'm the dumb one, but this just sounds really dumb to me.
So Poppy says, before y'all judge Ilkhan Ali, y'all need to know. I'm sorry. Y'all need to know. I'm reading on the upside. Y'all need to know his history. According to him, he and a woman were in a sexual relationship, and they agreed and they agree, I guess, not to have kids, or to agree to have kids. Then she not to have kids. Then she started taking birth control. This is the thing, Poppy. Every time we're on these panels, it's not an autobiography, right? It's not about your whole entire life story. It's just actually going off what he said, the coherence of the conversation, because we up here to have a conversation and a dialogue. Not really everybody's story. It's your right to bring in your private information. So his whole story is irrelevant to the fact and his, what he got going on. I said, I'm not trying to demonize the guy. I'm not trying to say that he was a bad person. Like, the stuff he says is not evil. It's right in another place, but it had nothing to do with what was going on. And we're talking about a specific thing of these guys you got talking points, but you're not listening. And the bad part is you're missing out on a world-class skill called active listening. It helps you in leadership. It helps you in a relationship when people know that you're going to listen to what they're saying, think before you speak. Like, if you watch these ladies up here already, they hear something and they wait before they speak. Like, that's not normal now. Yeah, but go listen to ghetto people talk. That's just fucking shit is stressful. They don't even care. Yeah, and you say yeah, but you don't even respond to what was said. As there's every single lady that's up here, they're responding to what just took place in their face. Who just spoke before them? And that's not what's happening. And if we're gonna have panels and have conversations, we got to point this out so our content can actually be right as content creators, and our viewers can actually get a good exchange, an equitable exchange, if that makes sense.
Can I chime in?
Definitely.
To the same comment you just responded to with Poppy. Let me bring it up. So from what I recall, I wouldn't call it an interrogation, but they were asking Jay a series of questions about herself, yet he still made assumptions about her. But Poppy's comment here is we're supposed to be accommodating to his history when we don't know anything about him. It's like it's an unfair double standard we're here to have a conversation. And I wanted to address Princessa.
Mm-hmm.
She said something about us not liking her perspective or whatever. This is not about, I don't know if y'all are just new to Noble's channel. This is not about what we like and what we dislike. It's, are you right? Are you correct? Are you being logical?
That's it.
So no, you can comment whatever you want to comment. We're just having a discussion. That's all I wanted to say.
I agree with that, because what was logical about calling me the B word? Because I said men need to be worried about DNA as opposed to telling everybody to go around screwing everybody.
Amen.
Right.
What was the logic in that?
Amen. And Poppy said the reason why I told you about Buddy, because maybe that's why we talk like, yeah, I get that. I'm not faulting you for it. I'm just pointing out that we talking about a very specific thing. It's just like if you got a part in your car that needs to be changed, we need to change that. We're not throwing out the making the model. We just fixing that one part. And who knows?
But we call out those people too. I call those women out too.
Yeah, she do. I mean, even in the trailer, you got D calling people out. You know what I'm saying? You again, right message. I'm not challenging your message. I'm challenging your targeting system. Like you on auto shoot just because you're clip loaded. Like that's on you. You gotta have level. Go ahead, Jay.
I want to just reiterate what World Class was saying earlier about us not demonizing him. Me and Ali are cool. When I see him in the chats on other channels, we speak to each other. We didn't have like a heated debate. This was just him maybe having a misunderstanding about certain things. But I don't intend to get into it with anybody. But I think having conversations is healthy. Having certain debates is healthy until it gets to like threats and like, yeah, where we gonna meet up at. But yeah, like I said, we're not demonizing him. We're just having a conversation. Me and Ali are cool.
Yeah. I think this is, you have an extreme version. You already had an extreme version, and within this, you had three different versions. You had three different examples, not versions, where you had Shushu expressing what she was expressing, and like like this is a family meeting, where she was with 5100 who in the chat. You had a complete alien foreign exchange where she was completely disrespected in Dallas Dee, and you're having more of a kind of in between with Jay Ali. And I'd rather use this as an example where Ali is not being any type of disrespectful to the conversation, maybe, and to a level of decorum, but he wasn't being disrespectful to her. He didn't say anything out of the way. It was completely respectful. And all he's trying to do is help. He don't have an agenda to hurt. He just has an agenda to push a point. And we're looking at highlighting that and maybe using this live as a way to be like, hey, bro, you kind of need to go back and go over this channel and look at what we were talking about. To kind of start to deal with these things, so help our respective channels have high quality. And we want solutions. The decorum and the order has to be set. You know what I'm saying? And so he doesn't, you'll see me, I'm not saying, I don't even be shaking my head. It's just like, bro, you got to relax. You got to relax. I'm not trying to demonize the guy. I'm not saying I like him or don't like him. I don't think he's a bad person. And again, like I said, I'm not trying to demonize him. It's just things I pick up in conversations. I'm a little like pessimistic about conversations. I admit that. But it's for the purpose of, I say a solution is a lot, but it's for the purpose of, let's get the information clear. Let people be clear on what you're saying and let people be heard. Like we was having a problem last night. Niggas is yelling like, yo, bro, shut up. Let the nigga finish.
Had it on both sides, so I was able to see, marriage in a certain point of my life, and I was also able to see where it wasn't there. And honestly, I just don't feel like my personality meshes with just long-term things in general. It may be just me being a Gemini. Well, I know a lot of people don't believe in astrology or whatever, but I tend to stick with things for a certain amount of time, and then I just,
Yeah, Gemini stuff.
Can I ask you a question?
I do feel like.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Jay?
go ahead.
And I don't know if the men on the panel will be honest. Outside of what I guess somebody already said you were attractive. Do you think a lot of men would find you on the panel, and regardless just your basic communication, as tolerable, and regardless to feminine energy, or would you think it'd come to a place where a man could find you intolerable? And I'm speaking just by feminine energy. I ain't talking about you just being a woman you can talk to, have conversations with, and dialogue. I'm talking about, do you feel like you're combative? and you'd cooperate with a man, or you would continuously challenge a man? Do you think men will feel like you cooperate, or you'd be challenging them?
I haven't gotten a lot of feedback of being intolerable. Actually, what happens with me is that when I have conversations with men, what they tend to tell me is that they don't get what I give often, because I'm able to actually connect with people very well. I don't have a problem with that. And that's why I had a lot of pushback with what you said earlier about me not being able to get along, or possibly not being able to get along with people. I'm able to have a conversation, because I just had it the other day with somebody in park. I literally was talking to them for 3 hours. And by the end of the conversation, they were like, you know, I don't get this often. Like, I'm not able to have this conversation with a lot of women. So, which also brought the conversation about maybe some Black women not being, like you said, being combative or not being able to have that conversation. But I don't think that, I don't get that a lot about being intolerable. I don't get that at all.
Well, I mean, like, more so, not like just completely intolerable. I mean, for a relationship. Like Poppy just told you, he would tell women, what did he say? He would tell them to make them, everybody just gave world class. Poppy all said something we would tell a woman to make her think we think in one way, and she would maneuver herself to having sex with us. So when men, I tell you, a lot of men can say that. A lot of men on the panel have talked to women a certain way just to get in certain positions. They already know. A lot of women who are strong are the most easiest to get. The women who act like they're very strong and combative are the most easiest ones.
Absolutely.
All you have to do is just tell them what they want to hear.
Yeah, I don't really take on the whole strong independent. It sounds manly to me. I do what I have to do to take care of my son. But in terms of the whole, I'm strong and independent.
Hey, I want y'all to I want y'all brothers to pay attention. I specifically want the brothers that's listening to this and tuning in to pay attention. Even if it's some of the brothers that may have been mentioned here, I need y'all to listen. This is her making her own point why she's the wrong target. All the pills.
In certain positions, they already know. A lot of women who are strong are the most easiest to get. The women who act like they're very strong and combative are the most easiest ones.
Absolutely.
All you have to do is just tell them what they want to hear.
Yeah, I don't really take on the whole strong independent. It sounds manly to me. I do what I have to do to take care of my son. But in terms of the whole, I'm strong and independent, I've never really said that. I do what I need to do to be able to survive, and so that any issues won't ever get down to my son.
What do you think the most important thing for your son's
Can we
survival
just give a round of applause for that?
Yeah, let me see about that. Hold on. We got even better.
Dom the Mongo. Dom the Mongo.
Shit like that.
Oh, we got some class.
Because I so feel that statement. I've been telling people for years, being a strong woman has nothing to do with not needing a man or not wanting a man. It just means that you can take care of some things if you happen to be by yourself. You're not guaranteed to have somebody. And so a lot of women have taken that strong and independent to a place where we don't need men. I don't see any of the women on this panel being those men, being those women. Yes, I can pick up if I have to be. If I'm in this house by myself, if I hear if my car needs to go to the shop, my car is going to the shop. Whatever's going on, I can take care of it. But being that strong and independent, I don't push that either. So, JLE, thank you for that.
Definitely. This me when JLE said that.
First of all, I appreciate you for using Iron Man, because Iron Man is my favorite Marvel character. So thank you for that. And thank you, Dallas Dee.
You're definitely welcome. Y'all see the private chat? Savannah said y'all cool with doing opening up the panel. There is some ladies in that down there. Y'all definitely welcome. Ladies first. If a guy come up and a lady come up, ladies gonna take you. This is their channel. This is today.
I'm open to conversations.
Definitely. Okay. Shushu.
Yeah.
JLE.
That's fine.
Lexi.
Yeah, as long as they come correct.
Oh, you know, that ain't no question. First of all, most
of CJ, you better come correct.
I know CJ. CJ trolling in the chat today. No, you know what? I'm due. I trolled him. JLE trolled him, so you know, let's pay back. Oh shit, up on that.
It says a lot of turmoil. I would hate for somebody to be filming me and then I end up going viral because,
you know.
So that's my take on it. I don't believe in putting myself in a situation like that. So anything, if I do something, it's because I want to do it. I don't do anything for free food, for free flights. I don't do anything that, because if anything, I could buy my own flight. I can provide my own food and all that type of stuff. So yeah, I don't believe in. I think we're all here to be used, but it's when you start misusing people, it's a problem. So yeah, and then I'm a homebody anyway. So if I come outside, it's for a reason, and I'm not coming outside if it's not going to be a good time. So yeah, I don't.
It's a great answer.
Subscribe to using people for your own gain, because like I said, you could end up on World Star because now you didn't piss somebody off.
On self-development, and not you grew up in a household that developed men and women, and
some people that relationships because it's just not within their personality to be with people long term. It's going to be some people that
they won't play with me like that.
I don't know why I wouldn't help y'all.
I want to say something to Ali because I feel like we almost got into it in the chat earlier.
Okay, my bad.
I had it on both sides.
A lot of women, and typically
I'm sorry.
we have to grow into our manhood. Y'all are born to get a cat and dog, but then a lot of people, if they're built that way, they were raised that way, and they're inadequate as an individual.
To see,
I forgot. I got
babies all set.
The shit got reset when I was doing
kids possibly, and then you get some type of men, and you have is actually they're trauma bonding, and they've become narcissists. Where a lot of men, most of the men on the panel had to create themselves. We have to have charisma. We have to have personality. We have to be.
No, it's not that the process, but I there earlier about me not being able to get along, or possibly not being able to get along with people. I'm able to have a conversation because I just had it the other day with somebody in park. I literally was talking to them for 3 hours, and
I tell you, a lot of men can say that. A lot of men on the panel have talked to women a certain way just to get in certain positions. They already know. A lot of women who are strong are the most easiest to get. The women who act like they're very strong and combative are the most easiest ones.
Absolutely. I bet y'all.
All you have to do is just tell them what they want to hear.
Yeah, I don't really take on the whole strong independent. It sounds manly to me. I do what I have to do to take care of my son. But in terms of the whole, I'm strong and independent, I've never really said that. I do what I need to do to be able to survive, and so that any issues won't ever get down to my son.
What do you think the most important thing for your son's survival is?
Having a man in his life, but his dad is.
What's the point of you asking her? You see what I'm saying? What's the point of you asking her if you're gonna answer it?
But even when she answered it and said the idea of a man, he still kept saying a man, like she was saying, like she gave a different response.
It's just unnecessarily combative. Now that's why I'm saying, Poppy, we're not demonizing him. It's just like this is what he did. It's like we watched that just now. It's on Podcast's channel. They haven't. It's combative for no reason. It's like I'm not trying to listen. I'll just keep shit a stack. I see it more from women where you got it in your mind, you and your feelings. I didn't call you on my break and shit or whatever, and you on your body, and I come home and you just got shit you want to say. Like that's what that was to me. You just got an attitude. You want to let me know you have an attitude, but I'm not the person you had an attitude with because I'm not the person we just meeting this first time on this panel, and it's just shit like that that's not manly, and then it's just incoherent. It's like why is this a prosecution? For what?
His life. His dad is in his life. So also before my granddad passed away.
And she just said, if you didn't hear it, his dad is in his life. She said it. She said a man. Like she's giving a whole case just now. And this is not the one for the shit and the smoke. Shushu has shown that. Dallas Dee has shown that. Savannah has shown that. Lexi has shown that within this live. So going forward, if you come for them, I'm coming for you. So we clear. I'm coming for you. I don't care who you are. They've already shown
it. He was very close to my granddad. So I understand that my son needs a male figure in his life, and he does have that. So I just, I take care of my role as a mom, and I make sure he's okay. But I don't like I said, his dad is there. Before my granddad passed, he was very close. So I definitely get that aspect of raising a son. I know that I can't teach him how to be a man, and so yeah, I do prioritize that. I don't really prioritize dating because I know that I'm trying to make sure he's okay, and I prioritize the relationship that he has with his dad. I don't get in the way of that. He adores his dad, so yeah.
So why this? All I'm asking you is that a lot of the women, they'll submit to their job, they'll submit to their cat and dog, they'll submit to their kids. All of that run them over.
Yeah.
But
Shoo.
I'm sorry, did I miss it?
No.
I'm just saying, like.
No, it was never there. It's nothing came. It was just, you ain't missing nothing. It had nothing to do with any of the series of words that was said prior to that moment. It just didn't even. He think it's okay because he said a lot of women, like as if that has anything to do with anything. It's still incoherent. It's like, I don't know. Go ahead, Jay.
Sorry.
I'm gonna say this and then I'll let you guys go in on it. Because I just thought about this. What's probably going on is that he probably wasn't used to somebody answering those questions the way I answered them. So his answer, he's probably used to somebody saying, yeah, I don't know where my son's dad is, or whatever else. I can't remember the other thing he asked me or something. Oh, and he started going into talking about dogs and stuff. They already have answers prepared for these kind of topics.
Facts.
That's why he asked me, because I've heard them say this. Oh, if you really loved your son, you will prioritize having a man. And I just said, his dad's in his life. They're used to saying, yeah, I don't know what that nigga at. So when they have those answers prepared, you can tell, like, as soon as I answered it, he already had the answer ready to go.
Facts.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of women, they'll submit to their jobs, they'll submit to their pastors. Like, wait a minute. They had nothing to do with what she just responded to. She ain't say nothing about I got a problem with submitting. She said nothing about that.
Right here.
Yeah, a lot of wait, hold on. Like, are you listening, actively listening in a moment?
Yeah, listening to respond and argue. And I just want to say this, because people always want to talk about cats and dogs. I understand getting a dog for companionship, but a cat, let me tell you, because I'm a cat person. Cats move at the beat of their own drum.
Oh, okay.
They have to allow you to come into their space. So y'all should just start saying just dogs for companionship, because a cat does what they want to do.
Okay.
Don't get a cat for companionship, because only like 10% of cats that like lovey-dovey. The rest of them are like, okay, you can pet me now.
Right.
It's time to eat now.
And just for a minute.
Exactly. So get a dog, y'all, not the cats. Even though I love cats. Cats are my favorite pets.
I like cats too. I don't have one because I know that'd be neglect. I ain't never here, or when I am here. Are you talking about your skull?
Yeah, nah, I ain't crying. I was just like, I ain't like these niggas in the Manosphere. I actually fought niggas for real. Called a little scar. Happens. You know what I'm saying? I fights in real life. That's, you know what I'm saying? Not now, but I did in my life. So these hands is legendary. You're ready to eat for everybody.
Hey, yo, all right.
You got the evidence, man. Y'all seen it. Ain't like I'm making it up. So if you can throw the words mail around all you want. We got the receipts. Y'all would have to actually go back and forth with me in real time. And that's none of y'all niggas is in my weight class. Not mentally. I don't whatever you want to do. The nigga did it. He did this. This happened. This happened. I mean, go back up a second. Let's say it again, because it made my face cringe. I ain't know
of raising a son. I know that I can't teach him how to be a man. And so, yeah, I do prioritize.
That's called yielding. She yielded to that point. So there's no reason to fight. I mean, you don't have to give her a ticket for not stopping because she stopped. I don't understand. I don't know. This shit weird.
Okay, so she said, okay, admittedly, his father is in his life.
Thanks.
I know I can't teach him how to be a man. Okay, so
what's left?
Right.
What's left? You want some oodles and noodles? Like what do you need at this point? Eat your back
I want some. I want some of these men to be able to hop on a panel or start their own channel and break down what it is they wanted Jay to say. You're not going to keep spinning us in circles trying to grasp at straws, figuring out what we should be doing. What do we need to change? What do you want Jay to say? She couldn't have answered that any more perfectly than she did.
I don't think so. She killed a lot. Eliminated a lot of arguments before they even came up.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they have a problem with me about. People have a serious problem with me about that. I intentionally kill the argument before it can come up because I ain't got time, and I'm pretty ghetto so I don't want to be cussing on these panels because my grandmother's in heaven. I don't want to misrepresent her and my granddad and both my granddads, and I don't want to misrepresent them, and that's how I live. So I don't want to be ghetto. You know what I'm saying? I try not to do that. So I try to kill it to let you know, listen, I'm not that nigga to fuck with. I'm not trying to brag, but I'm gonna go there with you in a heartbeat. Like real fast. I want all the parts that come with it, I want it. So let you know up front so we don't do this. And I think that's what frustrated him because he was so ready. Like she even JLE even expressed she already seen this nigga got a lot of shit to say. To somebody else, go say it to that chick.
Right.
I just did a video with Corey Holcomb where he was just talking about your opinion mean more to you than being with the child father, more than your relationship. And you having those opinions with nigga that you did have a child with. And that's what's going on in these spaces. It's like the incoherence is it's bothersome.
Prioritize that. I don't really prioritize dating because I know that I'm trying to make sure he's okay. And I prioritize the relationship that he has with his dad. I don't get in the way of that.
I prioritize the relationship he has with his dad, and I don't get in the way of that. So not only did she hit the ball out the park with, I don't do the strong and independent. Now the ball is in the other city. It's not even nowhere in that state no more. And y'all need to relax at that point. But he's right here listening to everything she's saying. Let's see what he does. Let's just see how it happens.
He adores his dad. So yeah.
So why this? All I'm asking you is that a lot of the women, they'll submit to their job, they'll submit to their cat and dog, they'll submit to their kids. All of that run them over.
Yeah.
But they are black women too. I want to be very specific too. A lot of other races of women will still submit to men, even if they go through their certain phases.
Colin, what's going on? I heard what you said. I didn't know if you knew this. No, I'm just asking you what's going on. I get that. I don't know why you're not listening to me. No hair. Back up for a second. I just want to get clarity. You hear what you're saying out loud, brother?
Races of women will submit and listen to men. Our women prioritize and will submit to everything and let themselves get run over by everything except for submitting to a man. So
I don't know what that means, and I don't want you to keep going.
A lot of times when women bring up that we don't need a man, we don't need to be in a relationship, it's a lot of times they reverse the energy because a lot of men typically don't want to be in a relationship. They want sex, unless it's a relationship with a higher standard type of woman. But typically women want the relationship. So a lot of women are switching the energy and making it seem like they don't want relationships anymore when they always want a relationship. Is that they're becoming intolerable or they won't cooperate with a man. So they have to reverse the energy to make it look like they don't want the man, but the man really don't want them.
Yeah, I totally get that. I'm not going to say that I haven't had the option of.
Again, like I said, I'm not saying anything he said was wrong. That happens. But snake oil pitch came up. It's like you're saying a bunch of stuff that's right to distract from the shit that has nothing to do with what we was talking about at the time. Like you know right words, cool, great. But what the fuck does that have to do with what we're talking about right now? Go ahead, shoot.
I think if he were actively listening, he would have been able to give her props.
That's what I'm
for prioritizing, for number one, not having the ego of, I can do it by myself. I don't need a man to help me with this. She didn't say any of that. And saying I prioritize the relationship my son has with his father. Like that's a priority.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? She didn't say, I prioritize get another man in here so my son can have a male figure. No.
Facts.
Prioritizing my son having a relationship with his father.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he didn't acknowledge any of that.
None. I can't get you on that, so I'm trying to get you on this.
Right. And you know what? That right there, it proves the point too. A lot of times they don't go into these conversations to have a conversation. They go into it to be right or to prove somebody wrong. So she didn't give the answers he thought she was going to give.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, all right, well, I got to tag you somewhere else. So he was either A, like he already had it made up in his mind what he thought she was going to say, or B, he just came into it trying to have a genuine conversation, but just to prove her wrong.
And I think that's what he's most guilty of.
Right.
And you know what? That's been my biggest problem with this whole idea about SYSBM and passport bros. And in all honesty, for Princess as well, the main reason why I was dragged on BGS's show is because before I knew BGS was the one who started that whole SYSBM, I spoke out against it. Because to me, you're the same thing that a divestor is. You're no different. So how is that a solution? Just like he said specifically Black women. So Black men are specifically talking about Black women. How are you solving your problem by going overseas to get another one? I'm not understanding how we're not understanding this. I'm not understanding why we can't work as a unit, why we can't come together. Yes, have Black women done some things that are atrocious? Do men have the right to be upset with us? Absolutely. But when you're bringing that energy towards the women who understand where you're coming from and who check those women, that's the problem that I have with it. Because if I'm speaking out against paternity fraud does not impact women in a negative way. That impacts men only in a negative way. So for a woman to bring that argument and be attacked by a panel of 5 or 6 men, I just thought that was the most ridiculous thing. And they're not listening, because we hear what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. I support this. I stand behind this. I advocate for this, because you're absolutely right. There are a lot of things that women need to correct, but you don't correct the problem by running overseas. And you can't complain about a divestor when you are currently divesting.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry, I got lost in a train of thought of just all that goodness I just heard.
Getting with somebody that could have been a good role model for my son, but it's very hard to nurture a relationship while being a mom. I'm not gonna lie, because my son does spend a lot of time with me. He does spend time with his dad, but he spends more time with me. So it gets hard to balance that dating somebody else. So I've actually let a lot of people go that I feel like could have been a good role model. I also don't want to have any more kids. So it's kind of like a double whammy for me, because I've met a lot of people that want to get.
I think that like recharged his battery, and all his talking points just started flooding back in the cue box.
Right. Oh, you don't want to have no more kids. Uh-oh.
I'm about to hit you with this.
Married and have more kids. I don't want to have any more kids. I'm one and done. So
why'd you one and done? Why did you one and done have a child, but they did not prioritize the man or marry? I'm not sure. Were you married?
But you know what he just proved? He know how to active listen.
Right.
So it's intentional.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, me and his dad weren't married. No.
So how are you taking it? At your convenience to decide to have a child, and not prioritize a husband in a relationship with a man. But now you're saying now at your convenience, you know what? I'm one and done. The next man I meet, if I do get in a relationship, he's gonna have to deal with that. That's what it's basically saying too. But then on the other hand, you're saying I don't even care about relationships because I'm raising a son. Like you're strong. Like let's say I was your therapist, or I was a friend that care about you, it sounds like so much else is going on in regardless of you being able to be vulnerable and risk for something depending on what you think we'll get from it. It's like
go ahead, Shusha, because we picked all.
He is like hell bent on trying to tax you as being a strong, independent woman. Like he is hell bent on trying to like just diagnose you as being, your problem is you're strong, you're independent, and you don't want to let a man in your life. That's why you don't want a relationship. That's why you don't want to have no more kids. When clearly, you didn't say any of that. And clearly,
don't forget intolerable. He wants to also paint me as intolerable.
Exactly. like he completely missed the fact that you were like, yeah, a relationship. Yeah, I let all that go so I can prioritize my son and the relationship he has with his father. Like, completely missed that.
It's
like completely. That is crazy.
Yeah, well, it's two.
Okay, so
it's two. So yeah, it's hard to nurture a relationship being a full-time mom, and also, like I was saying, getting into a relationship and people are expressing, yeah, I want to get married and have more kids, but I don't. And so he's saying, oh, a man has to come in, he has to deal with that. No, he doesn't. Right, if I express that to you, we can go our separate ways. But, you know, I'm just over here just trying to raise my son, you know. So there are multiple reasons why I just not focus on relationship. One of them, because I don't do long-term relationships very well. It's not about being intolerable, just how I'm wired. I'm sorry. I can't really make any changes to that at this time. That's just how I am. So I had already told him that. That's why I had posed the question, do you feel like there are going to be some people that are not, you know, wired to have those long-term relationships? Then going into the whole the father figure thing, dad's in his life, you know? So everything that he was reiterating to me, I just had to keep saying, like, you know, this is this, and this, and this. My son's fine. So I'm fine. You know, it's not like I was coming on there and just like distraught about any of you know, my decisions or anything. So I don't know. Maybe he just had, I don't know. I don't even know, honestly.
I think I know what it is. A lot of these niggas really, it's like, even if you are the type of dude that can attract pretty women, they act real awkward around them. And it was pressure. He was excited. It happens.
It's almost like you're scared of commitment because of what could come from it. And so you're finding reasons for not being committed or being in relationships. And it's going to hurt you in the long end when you get older. You still have your beauty. You still have your youth.
Ain't that something?
Wait, you trying to find, listen, prioritizing being a mother and having your son have a relationship with his father, his biological father, right? That's a problem. That's an excuse for you not being in a relationship. That's an excuse. Oh, well, I choose to focus on being a mother to my son and him having a relationship with his father.
And has she been looking? She been looking for someone else? He'd have been labeled as a simp. You're kicking the biological father out. You got stepdaddy number 2 coming in. There would have been all those issues. Yep. But I think most of it is that I understand what these men feel towards a lot of women. A lot of them have been dragged through the mud. A lot of them have been dealing with the family courts. They've been dealing with all these issues that a lot of women have brought to the table. I get it. I understand why we're upset. The solutions that they're bringing to the table to me are not solutions. And so when you have women that are speaking out against, I don't support that. I agree with you. I understand where you're coming from. To me, it's about the talking points, because they're so upset and where they're at, they're almost becoming emotional, and they're having emotional conversations because he didn't want to hear what she had to say. He didn't understand that she was agreeing with everything that he said. All of your talking points, I stand behind those talking points. I'm doing what you're claiming these women don't do in these spaces. I'm doing all of those things. So it is about the talking points. It's about you having a point to prove, and it's about you disproving that all women are wrong. And you can't broad brush us just like we can't broad brush you all.
That's facts.
You can't make this shit up, people. You cannot make this shit up.
But as you get older, and I know a lot of people in my family, a lot of women that are getting older in that 45, 50s, that the ideal about what they were thinking about that changes, because once you get older, that family is going to sustain you. So if you're building your son up and then you don't have no companion and husband, that your son is either going to do the same thing you did, or children, if you do ever do that, or they're going to separate themselves from you and build another family because mama pride or supported the fact that we don't have to be in a family. You understand what I'm saying?
What's one of your, if you care to say, what's one of your main reasons for not having any more children? Health or finance or
no. It's no health issues. I can have more kids. I don't.
I was trying. I was hanging on by a thread because I just wanted to cuss, and I said, let me just actually go back to what she said because there was so much words. Also, like if you get a salad and you got like a piece of chicken, and I'm vegan, so it'd be like a falafel for me. And you really want to get to that part, and let me just move the lettuce and shit out the way and get to that. That's all I did. I couldn't take it no more. I was stressed out.
I don't see myself as a person that would have multiple kids. I just don't think that that's for me.
What is for you?
And
I want y'all to pay attention to that. Every time I say something, watch what happens.
I'm kind of content with how it is now. Like I just having my one kid and then, raising him in conjunction with his dad, raising him to be a decent human being and just pretty much going about my business. I have, family members that have a bunch of kids, but I think that people should focus on how they are as a person and if that is right for them. Like if you're not built for marriage or you're not built for having a bunch of kids, I don't think you should do that just because somebody else tells you to do that and then you end up, not happy. I don't think that I'm that type of person to have multiple kids or be married. It might change in a couple of years. I don't know. Mm-hmm.
So can I say something? Yo, this right here.
Here go Poppy. Poppy, I hope you listening.
My girl Jay, man, like she said she don't want to have no more kids. That's fine. But once again, girls made rules for other niggas. Those rules are meant to be broken for the guys that they like, bro. If the right guy step in, all that bullshit, I know having no more kids go out the window. 100%. It's that simple. 100%. It's that simple.
Yep. Unless though, Pop.
So I give Poppy credit here. At least he repeated what she said, and that's one of the YouTube talking points. Poppy, you got to take the L on that. But you just want to dispute. Look, we hold each other accountable. That's my guy.
Right.
But you just, and again, a right message because it's the truth. It is the truth. I've seen enough of it to know what he's saying is the truth. But it didn't apply in this situation, and that's what we highlighting is like y'all got to recognize this is wrong target, friendly fire.
Right.
But unless Poppy,
I don't agree,
she remains in that energy like she just did, and she refuses even to her natural innate emotion to respond to that. There's a lot of women that are that they will.
Yeah, but she said she don't agree. Well, tell me why, and I'll go and answer you why. And I'm gonna get you out your own game.
I know y'all like to say, "Oh, when a man comes in that you really like." Yeah, I don't think that that's a good way to think that somebody could just come in and then change your mind, because what if that does happen and I'm not happy having another kid? So if I'm saying that, hey, I don't want to have any more kids, I'm cool with having my one kid. Why can't that just be it? Just the same thing like with Anton and his wife. They said they only wanted to have one kid. So I don't understand why it has to have somebody else to come in to change my mind. I don't want that to happen, because if I'm saying I don't want to have no more kid, I don't want to have no more kid.
Can I ask you one question before Smitty go? One question before Smitty go. Have you ever been with a guy or talking to a guy where you felt like anything is possible? No, everything is possible. Have you ever had that type of your own organic experience where you like, this nigga can take me anywhere?
Maybe it was like 75%.
Okay. I'm about to that cold. She can't even expound on it because he about to break in, right? So why do you think I asked you that?
Ask me if there was anybody that I feel like could take me anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure actually.
All right, that's bad. Because you know why? It's like all of that shit that it happened prior to that. It was literally based on everything that he was saying. It was actually talking to him, but he's not listening. Because my point, when I have heard women say this, it's because it's based off what has happened in their life most of the time. Like I didn't like that you said that either, right? Why would I? But it's the truth. The fact is you said it, and if you said it, that's what you said. So I'm looking at is it chronology? I'm trying to go and go through a process of trying to figure out why would you say that versus trying to convince you of something without asking you. So that was my main thing. Have you been in a relationship with somebody? Because that wasn't the only question I had. I had another question, but I just accepted what you said. And I had a follow-up question, but it got interrupted. I asked it because, again, I didn't want to jump the gun, but again, I remember you was talking about music. We was talking about music in the chat. And I'm follow up with the fact that I know artists have to express their art. Now, my mindset was I've seen artists in relation and children have like you're not the only person. I'm saying this to say you're not the only one who I've seen when you have people that are artists, not that you have a talent to do art. It's even people that are artists, but they not good. When you have an art and you're artist and you don't have time to put it in like you need to, or something happened and you end up being especially for women, you're a mom, like you dance. So being a mom and dancing they kind of conflict a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a physical toll. They two physical tolls. And what I've seen is when you have a guy that will accommodate that, and I could still be wrong. My whole spiel was I could still be wrong. When you have a guy that is going to accommodate everything you want, I see women change, which is what Poppy was saying, which I say he's not wrong. But when you have a guy in your life, when women have a guy in their life, and when men have a woman in their life that they know I can go anywhere with this person will accommodate me no matter what, people are willing to have more children. That's what I've seen in artists. But I could be wrong with you. That had you had that person prior to this moment, you said 75, I say, well, that could lend to that, but I knew I wasn't gonna get a chance to talk. What do you think about that?
Just because you feel like I didn't have that person?
Well, no, I asked you and you said 75%. So you did up to 75%. So
yeah.
And I guess basically what I'm saying, if you had that person in your life and you knew they would accommodate maybe it's just not, I'm listening to what you have said. I'm taking in what you have said in the chat and stuff like that as it relates to this, trying to assimilate the information. So I'm saying, had you had a person in your life where you can go anywhere, you can do these things, maybe you want 2 or 3 children, but you are taking the position that you just want one. Cool. I'm thinking was there an option? I want to kind of I want to understand why before I try to get you to do anything. Had you had a man in your life where you was like 100%, I know no matter what, I can go there with this person. He will accommodate me. He will make sure things are not in my way. Would that have changed your concept on how many children you want?
I would say 50-50.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, I'm kind of basing it on personality as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a small family in general. My mom didn't have a lot of kids. My grandma didn't have a lot of kids. But yeah, so I would say 50-50 if I had that. But I still got to throw personality in there, or just how I'm wired. I just don't really see the whole thing of having a whole bunch of kids. It just never really appealed to me like that.
I feel you. All right, so y'all about to see CJ. Yeah, bro, you can definitely hop in.
I don't know if we already addressed space facts, but thank you for joining the panel.
Oh yeah, that's my fault. My fault, face.
Yeah, it's all good. I was listening. I was letting y'all, do y'all exchange. What's up to the panel? Salute Dallas Dee, Couch Gang in the building.
Shout out the Couch Gang.
Salute.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm here. When y'all ready, I'll jump in and give my perspective.
Okay, let's you got something to say, Savannah? Something.
Oh no, I'm ready for the video.
All right, so I'm gonna go back a little bit so we can get a question. That was what I was thinking about as he was talking, because I needed to think because his talking was making me mad.
Maybe it was like 75%.
Okay.
Jay's closed off, y'all. She just
Yo,
closed.
Jay, when you got.
I just asked that beautiful question. It was a great question. I really put some thought into that, and that's why he responds to my question. Every time I talk, the nigga did that. Every single solid time. I don't like him now. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate him, but I can't. I just don't like him right now at this point. I'll probably get over it by tomorrow, but I don't like it right now. Like right now, we pull up a probably cussing. I'm like, listen, motherfucker. It's so stressful to do this. Like, what are we doing this for? Like, you and your body. No, everything is possible. Go through my whole question again. Before Smitty go, one question before Smitty go. Have you ever been with a guy or talking to a guy where you felt like anything is possible? No, everything is possible. Have you ever had that type of your own organic experience where you like, this nigga can take me anywhere?
Maybe. It was like 75%.
Okay.
Jay's closed off, y'all. She just closed.
Yo, Jay, when you got with the father,
it is, Jay. I'm telling you, like, you don't even see it. Like, and I'm saying it with all due respect to you, and caring about you is like I was your friend or your brother. You
I actually know what's going on. Not know what's going on. I could, if you had, because you've expressed your artistry. I understand artists. I grew up around artists. I think your artist is second child. When your artist where it needs to be in your artist range, you maybe want to have a child later. That makes the conversation a little difficult because then you'll be older. Who knows what age that would be? But I think for artists, their art is their first and second child.
Yo, Jay, when you get with the father of your child, right? Do you have like a standard before him?
Only Poppy. Oh my God.
You see how every time I say something amazing, y'all just need to take my lead, bro. Y'all just need to let me rock first and then follow my lead. Like, y'all stress me out. I fucks with all y'all. Y'all stressing me out, bro. She didn't even have the chance to process nothing I said. Y'all immediately jumping in. All right. So after hearing me say that, Shushu, what you think about that? The artistry thing? Because you're an artist. Acting is art.
I think you are absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
You are absolutely right. For when it comes to that concept, like for men, it's okay. You know what I mean? They can have their art. It's all right for it to be their first love.
Because women will be a person.
Right. But for women, fuck your artistry. It's almost like society tells you that fuck your artistry.
That's what happens.
But unless you're an artist, you don't understand. Like, you have to create. If you don't, like, you literally get depressed. Yeah, I got my husband, I got my kids, but I can't feed that creative outlet. I'm unhappy. Oh, but you shouldn't be unhappy. But I am.
Right.
I'm an artist who cannot express my art. I'm a creative who cannot create. I'm unhappy. Well, family and life ain't about your happiness. So what the fuck? I've heard people say that. It's not about your happiness. Well, you know what? What is the purpose of life? What is a life living if you ain't got no happiness, no joy, no somewhere in it? And people can't tell you what the source of your happiness is, what the source of your joy is. They can't do it. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I got to tag in on that one though. They do tell men to fuck your artistry, because when you're a 40-year-old man and you're still talking about your mixtape coming out, everybody tells you. Everybody tells you, you know, that it ain't working. You better go get a regular job. So I gotta disagree. They do tell men what it is, and they're not nice about it either.
It should be age appropriate at least.
Not after 40 years though. You had, what was you doing the first almost half century? And we got Lou in the building. What's up, Lou?
What's going on, guys? Are we complaining about women today or what? What's going on?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
But some of y'all need to realize when it's a hobby and an art form that you could actually make a career out of. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
There are big differences.
It's a big difference between an artist and an entertainer. I'm not an entertainer. I'm an artist.
But everything you're good at, you can't make a living off of. And I tell people that all the time. And I think that's another misconception where we're pushing this whole, the Black community's got to get an LLC and start a business. Half of us have never seen past a supervisor position in the workplace. So why are we pushing this narrative without talking about everything that comes with it? So for me, I write. A lot of people don't know that because it's my zen. It's what I do for me. And I've written a ton of things, but I can't write on command. So I can't make a living off of that. So just because it's something that you're good at, or just because you have a talent, doesn't necessarily mean that's where you need to push your career. I'm just saying.
And that's true. That's very true.
I'm with that. Definitely. That's let's get back to being stressed out. This is stressing me out. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Have a standard?
You had a standard like this man got to make this amount of money. He got to look this way. He got to be light skinned with hazel light. Do you have all that shit on your
Why
list?
you had to say light skin? Jesus.
Oh, okay. He was dark as fuck like me and beautiful like me. So okay, it don't matter.
We had our son pretty young, so I do
But
take
do you have a
accountability
list?
for me.
No, I'm not saying that, baby. I'm saying, do you have like a list that the boxes that the man's supposed to check before you like start messing with
him? Not at that age, no.
Because what I was trying to tell you was because it's just like I said, you like the man, and maybe he didn't meet all the requirements that you like you wanted to be in a man, and you wrote the rules for him. That's my point. If a man come into your life and you like you in love with this man, like you feel like you in the mood, whatever, those rules are meant to be broken. You see what I'm saying? And I know your rule is like I only want to have one baby. Cool, no problem. Nobody disagreeing with you. But if that nigga come into your life and they be like, "Hey, babe, listen, man, I'm doing great, this and that. I want you to have my baby." You will most likely you will give him.
No, and I'm gonna tell you why. I don't believe that you
my
can. I don't believe that you can fall in that kind of love more than one time. I think you have that person that you probably love all the way down to the core, and then everything after that is like maybe like a strong like. But I only think you can really, really, really fall in love one time, and I've already had that. And
oh damn,
I
never
also
mind.
think you should be with that person that you love like that, because sometimes you're not thinking logically when you in that kind of love. So yeah, I don't think you fall in that kind of love more than one time. I've already had that, and it didn't work out.
I don't think he was in. I don't think. Listen to me, and I'm just
shit.
How was he gonna tell her what she's experienced?
Shit, I forgot he said this. Fuck. Hold up, I gotta get all of them. I got everything I got.
Not on my property. Not around my niggas. He can't.
I can't like.
I didn't know if you knew this. No, I'm just asking you what's going on. I get that. I don't know why you're not listening to me. No hair. Back up for a second. I just want to get clarity. You hear what you're saying out loud, brother?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, and I don't want you to keep going.
Are you done? Are you done?
Wow, Lord. I'm so good.
Miguel, can I ask you a question?
Yes, Lexi.
Can you help me understand what's going on with this man? Is he having a mental breakdown in the front of us? I don't understand this behavior.
I genuinely think this is a robot. I think it's like an android. I don't think
Lexi, I don't want to do a deal with him anymore. We were gonna do a deal, but not anymore.
Yo, I'm like,
you see what I'm
are
saying?
you serious? Like, I'm like, I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm just like, is the men, like, can you guys identify, is this like a mental breakdown this guy's having? Jayali is a beautiful woman. She's soft-spoken. She's always poised. She's doing right by her beautiful son. She is the epitome of what a lot of young moms should strive to do. And he is not recognizing all her attributes. At no point, he's not even giving her credit for one thing. You know what I mean? And then she seems like a young lady that has a good head on her shoulders. She's making determinations and decisions in her life that are the best for her son. She's not being selfish. And for him to go ahead, I don't know if he's about to tell her that he doesn't think she was really in love or something like that, and even discount the beautiful love and energy that her son was created in, it's just going to even be more distasteful. And that's why I'm just asking, is this like a mental breakdown this gentleman is having before our eyes? Like, why is he being like this with her? Particularly with her, because she's not demonstrating anything at no point in time that would warrant someone coming at her at this magnitude, at this particular juncture, and watching this conversation. I just wonder, why is he doing this to her?
I could answer that for you, Lexi. I don't want to throw the young man under the bus because he's not here to defend himself. But he's clearly trying to run stepdaddy game, and he can't figure out how to get his foot in the door.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Every male knows he's trying to run game. This is what he's trying to do. It's like, I don't know if it's not dirty macking, but it's like you need to take a bath macking. You know what I'm saying? Like you've been outside a little too musty, and it's annoying. He's literally about to tell this girl that she wasn't in love, like he was there. That's weird.
Thank you for helping me. Thank you, both of you, for just bringing a little bit more perspective and a little more clarity. Because I'm really like, what the hell is going on right now? Why is he doing this to her? And thank you both for helping me understand that he's where this behavior is really stemming from. So I appreciate the explanation.
You're welcome. Because on my mind, I've had Shushu and Dallas Dee on my mind while I was listening to this. While I was sitting there on this panel. And this is like the straw that broke the camel's back, because I had the same take that you have. I'm like, yo, what? Maybe it was late. Maybe he had drank a little bit. Maybe he had a few sips. He seemed like he Muslim, so he shouldn't be drinking, but I don't know. I have no idea. I'm so confused. This shit stressed me out. I hate incoherence.
I'm just saying, for my personal beliefs too, or feelings, or just I can almost say I like speaking in facts, but I know it might bother people when I say it. But the only way I can truly love a woman is if I take care of her. That's what I believe with men. The only way a woman can ever truly love a man is if she's loving him for his survival and she's loyal to him. There's no way she can leave him if she truly loves that man. There's no way. And I'm talking about if she understands the nature of man. As long as he's taking care of himself and his responsibility to you, or if y'all have kids, your children, there's no if you really love that man, you're always loyal to him. I think what's happening with you, whether you choose to process it or not, I don't know if you process love or what love is, and
right, because it's so correct.
And your responsibility to a relationship, and I feel like you may not know that responsibility, or you're not ready for that responsibility and deal with failing, or for someone to be able to tell you you're not equipped. Like you're ready to tell somebody the expectations and standards you have, but when you do that, meet that ideal man, and he may already told you, and you didn't make him happy. It seems like if you get in another situation, or even having a child, it's like you're afraid that you'll fail another situation. And so you don't want that responsibility. And I think it's going to hurt you in the future when you truly start processing it. When you start looking, like the older I get, the older more people get, the things that kept you happy 5 years ago, 10 years ago, is not going to be the same thing that keeps you happy as you get older. Love and the relationship you have with a person is the thing that's going to sustain us more than anything, more than money, more than success, more than the car, house, all those things. So I just hope it doesn't hold you back from the fear of risking something in fear of failure.
Jay,
I definitely agree with that. And like I said, I will probably, change my thought process in a couple of years. But honestly, being a mom does take.
Which was another key point for the men that's listening. She said it again today, maybe 50% of what I said, right? I don't know. I don't know, bro.
A lot of time, a lot of energy. So I'm not prioritizing dating right now. I am prioritizing my son. So yeah, it may change, but at the same time, I don't think I need to get married to get what you're talking about me getting.
Y'all, how y'all saying y'all prioritizing y'all sons? And again, all due respect and respecting y'all and being peaceful and loving y'all. How y'all keep saying y'all prioritizing y'all son and y'all not with the baby's father?
All right, I'm just let Jay respond before, because it makes perfect sense what she about to say.
And y'all not that's your greatest investment now. You made a decision to have a child. Like, okay, you know what I do now? Honestly, swear to God on my life. When I meet women now and I know that they had a child with somebody else, my lame simping self would have been like, man, that man a sucker. He's stupid. He messed it up with you. He should have done this.
So he just showed his habit, his history of dirty macking. So he got some fucking 2022 version of dirty macking. Like, I needed, I'm a little musty macking.
Now, if I meet a woman that has a child, I tell her go back to him as long as he wasn't toxic and abusive, and he didn't do something that was extremely detrimental. That's your greatest investment. That's the child. How are y'all saying you're prioritizing your son and you're not prioritizing the father?
But she did.
And having a relationship with him.
We're not compatible. So.
Right. But her not being compatible with him has not forced her to decide, you know what, because we're not compatible, you left us. We're going to alienate you from the father. She's not doing that. And sometimes you're not going to be with the person that you had a baby with. Accidents happen. Birth control pills don't work. One night stands. You got passport bros that's advertising conquer, conquer, conquer. So unwanted pregnancies are going to occur.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Right. But I mean, she's already said that she's focused on being a mother and prioritizing the relationship her son has with his mother.
Right.
Exactly.
Like, completely went out the window.
She said that's the very first thing she said. Her priority is making sure her son has a relationship with the father. So even though she's not with the father, she's still prioritizing him as the father of her son, even if she's not with them. And a woman does that. A woman will put her whole crap to the side and prioritize the man she doesn't want to be with any longer because of the value and significance he is to the children, regardless of how he was in the relationship. It doesn't mean you have to be with him, and just because you're not with him, it doesn't mean he's not a priority. He's the father of your children. So he is a priority. He's not going to be at a pedestal anymore, but you know the significance of his presence in the life of your child and even your own. You know what I mean? To have a father of your child who is also invested in whatever she's doing, right? For her betterment. Hey, I'm here for you. If you need to go run this errand, if you need to take a class, I got him. I'll pick him up. We have a great arrangement. It's not just that I get him on weekends. I'm here. I'll pick him up whenever. We co-parenting. Oh, you can't get to school, pick him up from school right now because you got to stay at work. Don't worry, I got him. Or my mom has got him. You know what I mean? That she prioritizes not just the father, but even probably his whole family in making sure her son knows all his branches. And yes, like Shushu said, that was the first thing she said. I prioritize my son's father in his life. What more
and she said it. She said it again when she said, this is why I'm not prioritizing dating, is because I'm fostering this relationship.
Sorry,
but now she's being dragged for not being married to stepdaddy number 2.
Right.
Thank you.
You can't have it both ways. You can't have it's just so incoherent. And I feel like at first I was, I'd be in these conversations and I get it. I get it that you be in the panel, you be on the panel, you go through a live, you do your live, and it just kind of like builds up. You be irritated. But I genuinely was like, yo, I can't be tripping. I'm sitting here watching this. But again, for 3 reasons. It's not my channel. It wasn't my show, and it was her first show. And I didn't want to do the ghetto nigga back and forth shit. The simp niggas fighting over the cute girl. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't want to be a part of that. But she handled herself perfectly. She answered the question, and I was like, oh, it should be done. But it's not. It's like, it gets worse. Like, he's like, all right, that ain't work. I got it.
But I want to acknowledge Jay Ellie. I love you. You're so beautiful to me. I love your poise. Like, you have so much reverence in your presentation, and I just want to really acknowledge that. And it's just a beautiful thing to watch you interact and have and handle what's coming at you, because honestly, it bothers me. It bothers me because I feel like you've answered his questions. You've represented yourself in a magnificent way. And this man who's supposed to be advocating for these things isn't able even to one time to catch a breath. He hasn't even breathed, I think. He's just over there frustrated, rubbing his beard, all this stuff. And it's like, dude, like, you are like the what he's asking you to do, Shayali, he can't even do himself. He can't even be a tolerable, poised individual to have a conversation. He can't even bring to the table and present you with a fair power exchange. He can't do that.
I almost forgot how to pronounce the word prioritize just listening to him. So
I appreciate that, Lexi. And I just want to just give everybody a shout out that has gotten on here to share what they've gone through in life, because it's not easy, because people do try to pick apart things that, you know, you've gone through. So yeah, I'm not with my son's dad, you know, and just sharing this and just being vulnerable. It is hard sometimes because this stuff stays on YouTube. So anybody can go back to this and try to pick it apart, you know, and a lot of stuff that I say, you know, it's my opinion. If I feel like, you know, you can't be in love or whatever, or me and his dad weren't compatible, that's just me sharing how it went. I can't change. I can't take anything back. You know, we probably should have waited, you know, to have my son, but my son is here. So I have to move forward. I have to make the best decision for me and my son. I'm not out here doing it all over and over again, you know, so I just have to take, you know, I have to accept the decision I've made and take accountability for that. And I just got to move forward the best way I can. And that's it.
Definitely.
I give you props on your poise because I don't have that much couth.
Yeah. It was just ghetto decorum on my end because me and podcast ghetto. So you know how it is in the hood. You know, I'm in his house. That's, you know, I ain't gonna put my feet on his nightstand. What was it? What's that shit? Like the coffee table and shit.
Speaking of ghetto, look at a podcast comment. Poppy sound like his great grandfather created Dalllas.
Being ghetto through the whole shit. He was sliding everybody. He said
Brittany B look like she smelled like alligator syrup. I'm sorry.
That dude is hilarious, bro. He said I look like I'll be in the helicopter throwing food to homeless people. I said, bro, what the fucking shit what are you on?
I think it would be better for us to raise our son as co-parents than it is to be in a relationship, because it could be worse on kids when you.
Oh, hold on, my bad, bro. I'm it's a little bit of video left. Yeah, we ain't got that much long to go. But shout out to JT from What We Know podcast. What's up, bro?
What's going on, bro? I'm just out here listening, man. Shoot, do the laugh. Do it.
We all got the clip.
Yeah. I'm loving the dialogue, bro. Absolutely.
Definitely, man. It's a topic that you know how even BMU, you know, he had the women up there, and I'm taking his lead actually, and podcast lead, you know, creating a space where you know, you ladies can have where niggas, the bullshit not gonna happen. I'm actually gonna change the chat to subscriber only next time. So where you can come to a place where the bullshit not gonna be tolerated, and just as passionate as I am about moving my brothers forward, I'm that passionate about protecting the sisters that have shown you, and they sisters, because not just on some Umar Johnson shit. I'm gonna just call everybody a queen. They've shown it. I've watched Shushu for a while. I've known Dallas Dee for like a year. JLE is like just recently met her, but y'all see it. It's quick. Some people you know right away. She's shown in a short period of time that she's not on the fuck shit, and just if I ain't do nothing but just watch this video, like she want us. It's a she want us type of deal. You know what I mean? So,
hey, can I add something to what you just said? Mm-hmm. Man, these spaces that we are creating right now, man, that's what we're trying to show the world, that men and women can have real dialogue without women feeling like they have to keep proving themselves. And the way that you break down these conversations, man, it's just showing that even if we don't agree, we have to try to understand each other. And if we can talk with trying to get an understanding, the conversations go just like this.
All right, peaceful. And then again, I'm going to reiterate, I'm not trying to demonize them. I'm just pointing out stuff that we do. And I say we, meaning that I've done it? Probably not, but I haven't spoken up when I've seen it enough. And I take full responsibility for that. And going forward, I'm going to address it and making sure we have coherent conversations between men and women and men and men and women and women. If I see women doing it to each other, I'm going to call themselves out. I'm going to call them out on that. You know what I'm saying?
But
and
can I add to that?
Yeah, Dee. Dallas, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that he's so right about that, because that's one thing that even on my platform, we could have a point of our podcast that there's a particular reason why we're talking about this, and somebody else can come into the chat, whether they logged in at the beginning of the live or whether they came in the middle. They don't know the pretext, so they throw in their point. Even if what you brought to the table is not why we're here, I'm going to politely let you know that, hey, I see your point. I get that. We're not talking about the day, but that's a good reason to have a part 2. So we're still going to entertain the conversation, even if we're not entertaining it here. But to go to the automatic name calling, to jump into defense mode because somebody brought a different point to the table, that's when it's not about a conversation anymore. And you're right. We've adopted these talking points, and that's all we want to stick to. And there's no logic in anything else if it's not this talking point. And even when it is this talking point, a lot of these men have gotten to a place where they're so concerned with the male talking point that it doesn't even matter that a female has the same talking point as you, or the same concern as you, or the same worries as you, or wants to see the community strive just as much as you do. You're just stuck in your manhood, just like so many women are stuck in their womanhood. And we've got to get past that.
Amen. Anybody else before we play like the rest of this?
Before we go on, I just wanted to make this point. I think that the problem is that men are seeing women as the enemy now in general.
Yes.
And in order for humans, naturalistically, we want an enemy. And as we technologically advance, the enemies have been dropping off. And now we have come to this point where there is a so-called gender war. And men see women as the enemy in general. So we can clearly see that here, that our brother is not giving Jay Ali any leeway, and he just assumed that she was wrong from the get-go. So that's part of the problem here. Whoever you see as the enemy, it is obvious that you're not going to be, you're going to selective hear, right? You're going to hear what you want to hear and not give anybody any leeway. So it's interesting because what that perpetuates is the exact problem that we're trying to avoid, but yet it just keeps going in a circle. So
facts. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, look.
You raise the kids in the house where it's not loving, or it's not as, or maybe it is toxic or whatever. I don't think that
when you say oh, come on, go ahead, Jay. My bad.
Yeah, so if me and that person is not compatible in terms of a relationship,
can you tell me what
think that,
when y'all say
I'm not gonna go into all of the things that we went through.
No.
I'm just gonna say
specifically what makes someone like women will say this, right? You'll say they were incompatible. It becomes a red flag to the next guy you meet because you made him incompatible, and that was your child's father. How can I compete with your child's father and he was incompatible and you had sex and a baby with that man?
Be a man who can do it
better. Can I say this? I'm sorry. I be so at a point where I'm just so over these conversations. The reason why because I get on and I think a lot of times they invite me on because they know I'll get sassy. I will. But
that's not why.
The problem is like y'all really need to get like some legit feminists on here or some of these divestor women to come on.
Bring them on
with them because sometimes like I'm listening and I'm taking it in, and what I'm hearing is y'all are coming at us looking for the answers for feminists, like for that you should be seeking from feminists.
So a man, once you meet him, he's gonna tell you he gonna run game like you said.
Yes, I did that on purpose because that was verbatim what the fuck he just did. Yes.
Other dude said, "Man, you know what? You communicate so good. I love talking to you, and I ain't met a woman like this in a long time. I ain't really dealing with nobody. I'd love to have a date with you sometimes. Would you like to go out with me? I'll take you on a date and we having sex already. Like you hurting your chances of relationships and having relationships with another man, and it's already red flags by him not being compatible. So the next guy probably not gonna be compatible either.
You know what's funny about him making that comment? You talk about the woman if she gives it up, early. But if that's not what you're looking for, why are you asking her to give it up early? Why are you at her house trying to convince her to pull her panties down? I'm not. You complain about what you perpetuate.
And then
Bang, bang, bang,
those guys
bang,
they don't want a woman with a high body count. So
bang,
how is it
bang,
okay?
bang,
She's not supposed to have a high body count, but you still want her to give it up. But how does that work?
But you're telling people to go conquer, 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 get as much as you can.
Right. How does that work?
Yeah, you guys are not gonna get any pushback from me on that. It's contradicting.
Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
That's why we got to have a conversation, man, because you hear all these guys with these talking points, they don't even understand the talking points that they adopt. So when you do ask them with a question like that, they don't have a real answer. They're gonna, they're gonna divert to something else. They're gonna change the goalposts, all these different things. So that's why it's very important to have these type of conversations, men and men, men and women, women and women, so we can get rid of that, the way that, the narrative that's been pushed. That gender war actually is not a real thing. It's not a real thing. It's just you hear everybody saying it, and so they start believing what's been put out there.
It's a created narrative. It's a created narrative. It's a created enemy because we're too bored and we need somebody to hate because we're losers. That's the reality of most men in this country that I see. Most men are losers. Most men are weak. Most men are fat. Most men are broke. So now you have to hate women because everything is women's fault. At some point, we have to take responsibility for our own mistakes. And as everybody knows, I'm an advocate for men, but at the same time, being an advocate for men means take responsibility for your bullshit.
Right.
I don't understand. And then you don't want to give, a lady any leeway, especially when you don't know the situation. It's kind of absurd to me, especially someone at Ali's level. I mean, come on now.
Most guys that have.
It's a little off to me, guys. I must say it's kind of pissing me off, and I came in the middle.
Yeah.
Right. And you know what, Lou? I don't know if you watched the whole thing, World Class, but the podcast I sent you where I was on the Caribbean network, we were having a conversation about whether or not women should accept money from men that they're not interested in. And of course, no, you shouldn't. Yeah. Well, there was a guy on there who refused to be wrong. He were talking about, he decided that if he took a woman out on a date, he was going to tell her what she could and could not order, what side of the menu she couldn't order from. I said, well, you couldn't take me out on a date because what you're not going to tell me is what I can't eat. And he brought up the point that women take advantage. They want to order the most expensive steak, the most expensive bottle of champagne. And I get it. Those women do that. But first of all, as a man, it's your job to manage your budget, not mine. If you can only afford a $50 steak, don't take me to a restaurant that offers a $200 steak. Mm-hmm. So he kept trying to make it about, well, you just want to order the most expensive thing. I said, well, let me ask you this. If you took me to McDonald's and I ordered the most expensive thing on the menu, would you have a problem with that? He said, no. So it's not about the most expensive thing. It's about you trying to showboat for a woman and taking her to a restaurant where you can't afford the most expensive
Don't take
thing.
me to where that menu is available, of course.
Right. If all you can afford is Applebee's, take me to Applebee's. And if she doesn't want to eat at Applebee's or she feels like that's below her, then let her stay where she's at. If you're on a date with a woman who you feel like is taking advantage, why are you on that date with that woman? Don't fault her for that. That's on you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But then you say you don't want 50-50.
Yeah, people make dating, they make it way more complicated than what it really is, man. You got choices,
How are the men who are not getting vagina talking about women's body count? That's the part that always confuses me. Stop fighting the good fight for your homeboy who's getting women.
Bang, 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 bang.
Well, we already, we used to call it out, men that used to call it out that really can, get women and be able to get sex. We used to call it out. Those dudes are straight up haters. They can't get it. This is where you have your school shooters and you have guys that's beating up on women and things like that. Mm-hmm. So and it's for that fact. It is very, very strategic to be able to have a woman to be attracted to you and multiple women to be attracted to you. And a lot of guys don't like to adopt what it takes. So one of the biggest things that I do know that it's kind of like the same concept that getting money. You gotta, first and foremost, you gotta stop all these bad habits. A lot of guys got really, really bad habits that they don't get rid of. So they stay right where they're at. They don't get women liking them because they're just not attractive, and not just by aesthetics, but you know, they just don't make it where the woman feels comfortable being with them. That's why, you know, when you hear men talking, a lot of these dudes are goofy. And I can understand why women be like, yeah, I went on a date with him the first time. I don't think it's going to happen again, because a lot of these guys are just goofy. That's just what it is. They don't like to read. They don't like to travel. They don't like to go to different places. So their conversation is going to be limited with women. So if you know, one of the things I learned that what made women attracted to me, because I like to talk about things other than what's just in front of my face. I like to have a conversation about everything. I like to examine a lot of things. So if I oppose something that someone is saying, let's examine it. Let's have a very great conversation about what it is that I'm opposing on what you're saying. And that's what I heard Noble was just saying, that, you know, when people ask, well, why y'all having this conversation? You know, why are y'all doing this? It's so we can have the conversation, so we can examine exactly what's in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happens with a lot of guys. They limit themselves mentally by not getting rid of the old bad habits and adopting some really good habits. And it makes it unattractive to a woman. We don't want to keep, y'all don't want to keep hearing us trying to press y'all to have sex with y'all. That's going to come. That's a byproduct of your attraction to us. So we don't have to worry about it. Most guys don't.
Right.
And most women I know, when they're feeling you, they don't have no problem initiating.
That's facts.
And if y'all haven't, definitely go subscribe to Savannah's channel. She got like 82 subs. Let's get her to 100 subs in a short time. But I'm with everything y'all saying. You can go ahead, D.
Oh no, I'm good. It's just funny to me how men complain about these things, but they're the ones who actually perpetuate a lot of this. You complain about gold diggers, but you're going to restaurants that you can't afford. You're perpetuating all of it. So to me, it's nonsense. And you want to stick to certain points. You want to point out the flaws of women, which I understand we do have them. But let's not skirt around the fact that you come with them as well.
And you know, some of these guys that complain like that, they want to be kept men. Those kind of guys that complain about their pockets, they want to be kept. They probably they want to be they want to have a sugar mama. They get jealous of women because women, we can get taken care of. I could have 5 boyfriends and I could have 5 different guys supplying me money and taking care of my life if I wanted to. A man doesn't have that option. So I feel that when guys complain about the money thing, is because they're boys that are kept. You know, some women pay the bills for these guys, and then they want to come and act like they handle business in their household when they can't even afford to pay the whole rent. God forbid that woman gets sick and she can't work. Oh, baby, what are we going to do, baby? Oh, really? Yeah, because you're not a real man. If you're complaining about the fact that she's going to order a steak, dude, you are a fraudulent character. You are a fraudulent character, and you're one of those guys that tries to act like you're a man, maybe in the streets and in these panels, but you're a kept guy. And then when the woman is supporting you, we all know she's paying the bills. Then you try to act like she's supposed to submit to you or respect you, like with some level of authority, when you're not even able to take care of yourself if you didn't have her. So, you know, I think some of those guys, I don't know. I've never had a guy tell me I have to order from only one side of the menu. I don't know if that's really, I've never had that in my whole life.
That's goofy.
In person, me neither.
That's goofy.
That was just on the panel, but in person, me neither. But what y'all don't know about me is Dallas Dee don't mind pulling out her credit card. Matter of fact, I've always paid for the first date because I don't want you to get any assumptions, and I don't want you to think I'm ordering something that I can't afford myself.
You know, I'm like you, Dallas. If I go out with a guy on a first date and he's being goofy, which is a good word, I have gone to the hostess stand, asked them to give me the check. I pay for the check. I go back to the table. I excuse myself respectfully. I say thank you very much, and I already took care of the meal. And they're like,
I've done
"Whoa!"
that. I've
They're
done that.
like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "Lose my number and refrain from any further communication with me."
Damn,
Peace out,
Lexi.
homie. I said, I'm out.
No, but what she did, that actually is supposed to be something to make a man say, "I got to step my game up." That's how women hold us to being men. When you can sit back and you out here talking about order from the other side, and you got all these stupid conversations. She's not having a good time with you, bro. And if a woman get up and do something respectful like that, because it hurts. It is supposed to hurt. It's supposed to let you know that, man, what you doing right now is not working. So, boom. Especially if she's an attractive woman like Lexi is. Oh, man, you mad. You upset. It's a dud.
And you know what? It's funny you said that. When my husband proposed to me, you know what he said? He said, the reason why I'm proposing to you, he said, because what stood out about you was that you paid for our first date. I kid you not. Paid for the first date. He said, that let me know that you weren't like everybody else. Kid you not.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This nigga Poppy is wild. He says that I can't let you pull out your credit card because the box will get dry. This nigga is outlandish.
Poppy.
Poppy's a clown, bro.
Absolutely outlandish. Got Roxy laughed.
I think that men should just. My main takeaway, or the thing that I want to drive home for men, is do not bite off more than you can chew. If you're only able to, protect and be respectful to the woman you're dating, you're not a real man. Because if a woman was only nice and nurturing to her children, but an asshole to other children, we would not call her nurturing. So you don't get to parade under this alpha male title when you're not showing alpha qualities. So if you're going to be acting like this, stay in your lane.
Facts.
I don't understand why men can't just be honest. Everyone knows I'm 5'5". I'm the 5'5" king. Everyone knows I make $65K a year. That's who I am. Everyone knows that. Why are you trying to portray that you are something else that you're not, my brother? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
They don't want to compete.
They're no different than the women we see calling themselves 10s when they can't see their waistline. So we need to keep the same image.
That's a fact.
Okay.
That's a fact.
Or they can't see their feet because of their waistline.
I'm on you guys' team today. Y'all said it, not me.
Shit like that.
Savannah is the clapback queen. Definitely. I now crown you clapback queen. Somebody did something to you.
I want to thank the men for joining the panel, because it kind of gets discouraging when you don't see anyone calling it out. And even when you do bring it up and give men space to talk, they're too scared to open up for whatever reason. It's really nice to hear y'all's perspectives.
Well, they're afraid that you're going to get attacked by
right.
I mean, because they do a lot of times when men open up and they are honest, like it's like women do come at them like, how can you say that? So it's almost like the reverse, like women try and tell men how they should think. So I think it's just something that we have to be more aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we need to be conscious of the automatic attacks too, because I remember I was on a panel where they were asking people what they look for. And so when I said a tall guy that's 6 feet, I got the automatic, oh, there you go. I said, but I'm 5'11". I'm supposed to want a guy that's 6 feet tall. I'm not 5'2". Right. I'm 5'11". That's normal for me. But you go to this automatic, oh, all girls want, but I'm 5'11". So.
Well, the last chick I dated was 5'10". Again, I'm 5'5". So what did I have to do? I had to show her in other areas that would supplement for my height. That is just the truth of the market. If you're not willing to do that, then don't go outside, bro.
Amen.
Right.
Amen. So your bitch
don't go outside. If you're 5'5" and 180 pounds, don't go outside. If you're 5'5" and you don't make more than 50K a year and you're not working at least 60 hours a week, don't go outside, bro.
80.
Yeah.
80.
Yep.
We gonna
It's a burden of performance that we have to do. Look, we're trying to be a great utility for women, and this is the thing. When you guys were talking about like family and things like that, and the young lady was saying, "Look, this is my preference." You know, a guy either can accept it or not. It's simple. You can either accept it or not.
It's simple.
You can either accept it or not. You can't try to make somebody be something that you don't want. And this is why you have so many failed relationships, because people are trying to turn other people into something else. Yeah. Just examine it. That's all it is. Just examine it. If that's something that you can deal with, fine. If it's not, move on. That's it. We ain't got enough time on this earth to be sitting there wasting our time out here trying to, put rims on on hoops. It's just not. It's not worth it. It's not
22-inch on a Honda.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no way.
And there is a burden of performance. That's why I don't subscribe to dudes complaining about, women. We got this whole thing right now where people are bringing the Chris Rock thing when he was saying men are not unconditionally loved, only women, dogs, and children are. Mm-hmm. If you examine it, that actually is good for a conversation. It's not whether you just agree or disagree, but you can actually take it from a whole lot of other perspectives. One of the things I look at is that I'm not a full subscriber that unconditional love is even possible, right? Yeah. Because there's always conditions to love. The closest that you can come to it is to do something for somebody that's not even here yet. That's to prepare this world, prepare yourself for a family. That's the closest that you can become. So it's great for conversation. But when you get people taking little clips and things, and then they got their whole perspective, and it's just, that's not true. Men are unconditionally love, all these different things. And at the end of the day, no one is just unconditional. There's always conditions to it. Just like when a person says that, I unconditionally love my child. No, the condition is that it's your child. You dig what I'm saying? So, and even to just examine this term called love. What is it? What's up under the umbrella of that? What frequency are you on when you say it? Because when you just got people in the world just saying, I love you, I love you, I love you, and there's no real definition to it, then you can examine it, and then you can really have great conversation out of it. You don't have to have one conclusion. It doesn't. Everything is possible. Anything is possible.
I was having a conversation with another group of girls, and they were asking the question, what is a proper response when you say I love you to somebody? And all the women were looking for the right response, or if they don't say anything, that's the worst response. And I said, no, the only bad response if someone says I love you is a dishonest one. It doesn't matter if they don't return the I love you, because we all don't fall at the same time. Right. So to put that out there, if that's where you are, that's fine. But you can't expect everyone to be exactly where you are at every moment in time. So when you're looking for a response to I love you, you already, your intentions are wrong in the first place. Because if you love somebody, you just love somebody. That's just that.
You don't even have to tell them.
I do think a man should not reveal it first, though. So if a man falls in love first, I don't think they should reveal it first. You see what I'm saying? Because it's a power dynamic. But that's just my opinion.
I mean, actions speak louder than words. So
no, obviously, but girls always want to hear that out of your mouth. You see what I'm saying?
Of course. They get mad. You can be doing everything.
Right.
You get upset.
Like, you haven't told me you love me. Everything, but if you don't say I love you, it's like,
And I don't care nothing about that. Your actions speak for you. You don't ever have to say it, long as you show it every day.
She wanna. Look at you. You better tell me.
What's your name?
That's why people be messing with you. She get the moving. You better fucking tell me.
First of all, when I say I love you, you better love me back, okay? I don't say that.
Shusha's like, I'm a feminist. I don't say that shit.
That's right.
They're gonna clip this, Shushu.
They got so many clips of Shushu when I'm here gonna sit. I heard her out here looking like she like, what are y'all? Why don't y'all leave her alone? She got a right to have. Listen, a lot of men love that. Love all the mannerisms and shit. I don't know why people try to make that feminist. We love that shit. It's niggas that want to be cussed out. I don't know why y'all. I don't like. I don't cussing me. I'll push you on the floor. Don't be cussing at me. But yeah, I will push you down, like on the couch at least.
Hey yo.
I'll walk past you while you sitting at the table and fart. That's what I would do. I don't care.
Sir.
Okay.
And just look over your shoulder.
That's right.
Sure, terrorist.
You smell that? You smell that? Oh, that's you must be with your chair. No, it wasn't you.
Patty.
What the fuck shit?
So
All right, so
we're
gentlemen.
approaching the 4-hour mark. I just want to get the men's opinion before we close out with the women, and hopefully that'll give Jay enough time to get back. So, Facebacks, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. What I was gonna say is I think it was JT. He had brought up the Chris Rock thing. That clip of Chris Rock often gets taken out of context. What he was talking about was when he was going through his divorce. So when he was speaking about the part about men not being loved unconditionally, basically what he was insinuating was, we have a court system that allows men to be extorted by people that are ungrateful. Because in his situation, the wife was probably complaining about him touring, never being there, but he's doing what he has to do to maintain that certain sort of lifestyle. And then basically he can be undercut where they can take that lifestyle from him, force him to provide it for people that are ungrateful, and he basically gets no benefit in it. So that was what he was talking about when he brought up the as far as men not being loved only under conditions. But other than that part, yeah, like I'm not gonna sit here and be the all women guy. Like we know that the system is like extremely slanted and lopsided, and it does extort men and it does extort even women and children. But we can't say that all women fit that description. So when you hear someone like actively saying, "Well, listen, this is my situation," you have to judge every situation on a case by case basis. You can't try to blanket. I mean, it's hard too, like, because I've had a disgusting situation myself, and it's hard, like, you can't really blanket everyone under the same umbrella, because now if men start doing that, then we're just as guilty as the women that we're complaining about that are doing it.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you. Lou, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, so and it's funny because CJ, Shushu, and maybe what we know, and especially Lexi, she has seen from what my old talking points used to be and what my new ones are. Because I'm realizing the older I become, I'm only 27. The older I get, the more I mature, I'm realizing that yes, you will lose. Yes, if you don't work out, you're fat. Yes, you're 5'5". Yes, you only make 65K a year. Good luck to you, brother. Work on yourself. Stop being weak. Stop being a pussy. What is wrong with men nowadays? Stop being weak. Face the world. Be honest with yourself. Be honest with other people about who you really are. No one wants to see fake men walking around talking shit. It's weak, bro. Just be honest. That's where I'm at this point. Just be honest and work on yourself, and realize that you will lose. Women will say no to you. It's just gonna happen. Other men are better looking than you. Other men are taller than you. Other men make more money than you. Just accept it.
I want to shout out all 4 of those guys. I'm coming for you. I hope something happens to y'all face so I can look better than y'all.
JT?
Yeah, man. It's to piggyback off of what Lewis said, you have to get out here and compete. There's no way, but you gotta have fun doing it. It should not be so stressful, man. People take life, they don't have a balance with what to take serious and what not to take serious. So we have to be scaled in our journey through life. One of the reasons is because it's not promised to us. It is very, very short. So you just got to make the best out of it, and examine and challenge everything. It doesn't have to be an attack. It doesn't have to be demonizing or anything. But when you ask questions, come with the trying to get an understanding. And this is what's going to make all of our conversations a lot better, man, when we can do that instead of just attacking the person. We can actually ask questions. And sometimes those questions can be very uncomfortable. And when it's uncomfortable, that's when I'm comfortable. I like having uncomfortable conversations. I didn't at first, but I'm so in tune with it now because man, it helps me to examine my thoughts. It makes me a better person, So again, I love these conversations. Noble man, you outdid yourself on this one right here, boy. I see what you did. I see what you did.
It was a team. I can't take it was a team effort. Shout out to Savannah. Her camera is messing up and she having like internet issues. So she really would have been running. But like I said, it's team effort. And
no doubt.
We like really came up with the concept together because we, as you seen, we were both on that panel. And then, like I said, I remembered what Shushu said on 5100s. And shout out to him. You about to go next. And what happened with D. And I was like, bro, how many times I've seen this incoherent shit with men, period. So it's like any other situation. When there's a problem, like the monsters at the door, or somebody's messing with the door, you get the children, you get the men, and then you get to the you get the children, you get the women, then you get to the men. So there's no children in this space. So it's just starting with the women. It's a problem. It's about to get violent. Shit about to change in a short period of time. And it's going to change because I'm going to change it. We're going to have a lot of conversations. If y'all seen what I was at on the shit that I said on Black Man Unfiltered, man, we're going to another gear. Y'all really don't have no choice. So we're going to create a space where, and again, D, thank you. You definitely welcome. She said, appreciate the world class for creating space for this conversation. And we're going to call out more shit like that. This is going to be like a series that Savannah's going to do here because there's a lot of shit to call out. And I think it's just unfair. And this will be like my shit, and I'm gonna drop down too. I'll work the back, Savannah. You don't gotta worry about it. Okay. You can't be a man and not tolerate, you can't be a man and not protect what you're responsible for protecting. We've said this over and over again. And I guess it still need to be beating people's heads that there are women in this space that are helping you. Like you can't get your fucking rocks off beating on them. They're not the enemy. It's like it doesn't make any sense. It's just stupid to me. And these niggas just, for whatever reason, they may come up on a panel, look it up. They may be in the chat, look it up. Or they may have just argued with their girl. But as men, I'm keeping shit a stat. As men, and I'm challenging you brothers, you 5100, when you see it, you JT, you Poppy, all the content creators in this space to do the same thing. Keep these weirdos from attacking the women that are not on the fuck shit.
We own it, bro.
And keep these weirdos and these fuck niggas out of the space, interrupting men that are doing real shit. I'm not going to allow a nigga to be in the space and be in JT's way or 5100's way or Mr. Palmer's way or Good Bread, Big Mike, etc., etc. I'm going to call a nigga out like I've been doing. Ain't like I'm, oh, you just come in. I've been getting in these niggas' neck the entire time.
Yeah, you haven't changed.
One time.
And we do this shit in real life too, bro. Like niggas get it twisted. Yeah,
for real.
Like my son said, y'all go get niggas. I don't know when they go get. This not a scar because I fell. It's a scar because I will go up in anybody's face and punch you in your fucking face in front of your friends or your family. Like I do this in real life. I'm that dude they come when somebody need to go missing. I come from that family. And we out of that shit now because everybody is dead but me. But I'm not gonna not be myself. I don't tolerate clowns and cowards being disrespectful to people that are not attacking you. I don't understand that. Like I said earlier, I'm not about to beat my chest and go, I'm the big man because I've conquered people. It's like that's not the space for that. People are not in position. Our people are not in position for me to brag about anything. We have a lot of work to do, and as we're doing it, we're gonna create a space where everybody can win in a healthy environment so we can be successful.
Yes,
and that's just pretty much
I wanted to piggyback off of what JT was saying. It's definitely going to take both genders being able to answer uncomfortable questions to get us to move forward. Because if we if we're constantly saying that the majority of women are, this and that, then it's going to take being uncomfortable to change the majority. So we can't shy away from having these kind of conversations because of a little conflict and disagreements. So let's see. CJs, you control on the panel now.
Right.
Yeah, I had some smoke, man, for these folks coming on my show talking shit, bro. Like, I don't take too kindly to it. You know what I'm saying? And next time Shushu come on the panel, I need you to bring that atrocious ass wig you had too. That was funny.
For that.
You had a wig, Shushu?
Wait, she had a wig on?
wig on.
There's no way.
Y'all didn't know. Y'all didn't know,
I didn't know that.
You didn't know this. See why I had my wool.
We exposing the truth at the front lives.
Listen, okay, so Dusto, he had his show Thursday, and like I came up on
with the wig
straight Shaniqua.
Representing a member of the National Wig Law. So, I bust out my wig.
Y'all going too far with that wig lump shit.
They got a wig and an attitude.
They got a whole greeting.
I'm talking about the whole package.
Hey, the greeting is going too far, bro.
She came as the representative.
Y'all motherfuckers.
What is it? Assalamu Wiggum?
Wiggum Assalamu.
Who says that?
She was like, "Oh, you messing the song up?
Yo.
I was tripping out there, man.
She like, let me tell you next time.
Omar's gonna get pissed.
She came like Pam on that motherfucker.
Okay.
Shit.
I wish she would have brought that wig last night because her brother was going crazy on everybody last night. He on my show going crazy. He on Noble's show going crazy on everybody. I was like, what happened?
He was a terrorist. This nigga was arguing. This nigga was arguing with the dude, Perfect Blackness. I just ended the show. I said, all right, look, we gotta get out. These niggas
Perfect
continue
Blackness.
to argue behind the damn scenes. I went to sleep. I fell asleep. Yeah, man, trouble in his bag. I'm just saying.
He was on his bag, and he started on my show. That's why when I see you, Noble, and I said, "What up?" You put the camera back on, and all you did was raise the two fingers. I said, "He laying down." He raised the two fingers and took the camera back off. I said, "He ain't listening to this shit."
Right.
I was tired.
I was on that show last night, man. I dipped off at like 2 a.m. I came back at 4 a.m. I made myself something to eat, watched the program, came back 4. They still on it. I saw it. I was like live. I thought maybe I had to refresh my screen or something. Nope, I clicked it. It's like it's 4 a.m.
I'm motherfucking tired.
I went to sleep last night.
They want me out.
Yeah.
But let's get finish up 5-100 and then Dirty, and then all the fellas are gonna drop off, and then let the ladies have it. This they show, it ain't us.
Right. Well, look, man, brothers, continue to rest in your masculinity. You know what I'm saying?
AKA, stop being weak.
You know what I'm saying? I want to shout out to the wig store that created my boy World Class's beard. You feel me?
Hey, yo.
Wonderful piece. Wonderful piece.
It's Velcro.
I know it's but yeah, let me stop trolling, man. I troll in the chat or something. But for real, great show, y'all. As far as this space, from where it started to where it is now, I think somebody mentioned, I didn't know who it was. I was pumping gas when somebody was talking, but somebody did mention we're going to eventually turn into what we complained about in the 90s and the 80s when we were going on TV shows talking about what black men ain't. And I don't want to be that. I'm not into that. I really want to actually create solutions. Now, I do it from a masculine male standpoint. So even now, me and Tails are starting to address men more. And you guys just, for the fellas on the panel, I want to do a show, but I want to have you out there. We want to talk about telling men to stop being scared to take the loss. It was a Patrice O'Neal philosophy, So I want to talk about the fact that men are actually scared versus not understanding women. So that's all.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Great show.
I appreciate that, bro. Thank you for coming through. Dirty opening and closing remarks.
Grand opening, grand closing. I had a quick story and a quick question. I'm gonna ask the question first because the story ain't important. I'm just pissed. So I listened to you guys as I was whipping up the work, right? Tapping into my 1992 self as I was, doing my thing, right? And everything I heard was about money and genetics for men and nudity for women, right? And is that really all y'all see relationships as? Is niggas with bread and height and motherfucking girls giving ass? Because there's so much more to any relationship. I don't care about romance because girls think relationship is romance. They want shit. But a relationship is how you relate to other people. And you relate to other people based on the commonality and what they bring to the table. So I think y'all, in general, colors had the wrong conversation because I don't think that they're trained to be in relationships. I haven't seen a heterosexual black girl on a team sport. So I don't even know if they know how to be teammates. I see dykes play basketball. I have never seen a heterosexual black girl like synchronized swim or nothing like that. So I think it's a more fundamental, basic issue than people just not being able to get along with anybody because people don't get along with a lot of people. And I also think that there's a lot of this is my rant, by the way. This is my closing of my opening. I think I said my closing. So it's a difference between allegedly, it's a difference between how you cook up one rock in a beaker and how you got to cook up a quarter key. You know what I'm saying? I say that to the auspice. I just had to cook up like 100 bars of soap. And he gave me directions on how to make a bar at a time. I'm like, yo, the math ain't mathing. And a lot of times I'm not saying that women date on potential, not at this age and stage, but they do date on applied ability. So when you look at applied ability, and guys do it too, but guys do it worse because guys actually have to pay repercussions when they make mistakes. But I digress. So it'll be like, oh, he can fix cars. I think my baby should own a car lot. This nigga don't know shit about a car lot. This nigga just know how to change oil and tires. You know what I'm saying? So you have all these grand expectations for what a person could be based on what they are. Because when men get with women, they never wanted to change. Women get with men hoping she can change them because she wants them to be better. But only men can make anybody better, really. Only men can make people better. You know what I'm saying? It would take another man to groom them. She could just support him. So I'm saying that because I'm venting because this motherfucker, man. Anyway.
Who hurt you, bro?
This nigga hurt me. This nigga
Who hurt you, bro?
This nigga.
Who hurt you, bro?
Get it out.
Dirty thoughts.
No, y'all just not understanding, bro. Because I don't give a shit. Because y'all break. All right, let me get back, folks. Because a lot of things. What's up?
Can I ask what made you have that takeaway about relationships being reduced to ass and money?
Because that's all y'all talk about is ass and money.
In this
watch my channel.
In this conversation?
Even in this conversation, like, well, I had to compensate for not being 6 feet tall. What side of
bro?
Fuck me, you can order from. A lot of dudes who, and that's another thing. The clips are so. Those are the dudes that me and my guys didn't know existed until Facebook in like 2012. Like we never saw these niggas outside before, yo. So even the conversations with the guys y'all arguing with, I'm like, yo, y'all arguing with niggas. We send these niggas to the store for loose squares while we talk shit. Like anybody can get a YouTube channel though. So shout out to them for that. But that was a wasted argumentative. That was almost feminine. Like just
I don't really get it though.
I'm just being
you
honest.
sure that was this platform, homie? I don't
No, I'm talking about the clips they showed earlier of the other platform.
Yeah, he was talking about the clips. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I ain't talking about y'all. I'm talking about the clip.
They were finna take your head off, Dirty.
Yeah, he's about to go down.
Wait, what?
Excuse me?
I was about to say.
I don't know, man.
I'm ready to tap into that spirit.
Okay, like what you?
You see how fast that came on?
Yo, how'd you take that off that fast?
She's done it professionally, my brother.
When you need two hands to put it on, but you took it off with one hand, that's how you know.
Hey, nigga, that's how girls do, nigga. My sister used to go to school with the locks in the sock, nigga. Girls love to fight. They ready about that. She got Vaseline right behind her ear too. She was about to slap it on her chin. She was ready.
It'll sit there too.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they
old
always
school right
ready
there.
for war. They always ready.
Yeah, that's some boxing old school shit.
You done dirty?
Legendary
Yeah,
shit.
I'm done, man.
You done talking about completely opposite of what we were talking about for nothing.
You wanted to ask a question, CJ?
Yeah. CJ had a question.
Yeah, I wanted to say something and then ask a question. For one, I've never met a woman and she asked me how much I make. I want to just make that clear. And for two, do y'all think? Because I think there are some parallels between real life and the internet, right? But do y'all really believe that these talking points reflect real life when it comes to you got to make this amount of money or you got to have this amount of ass? I mean, you have to have a certain amount of ass for me. I will agree with that. But I actually have that assessment in real life. You know what I'm saying? But do y'all think that is overblown as far as how the internet talks about requirements?
No, I'm gonna tell you why. I don't think it's overblown because it reflects. If you look at it from the true standpoint of, it is a good representation of how fake people are in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like this is kind of what you see when you look at it from from the correct angle. Is this is how fake people actually are. This is what people want to be, and they spend more energy into the fake person and the person they want to be than who they actually are. So then when you got a better opportunity, it's actually better on the internet to facilitate exposing these niggas because all you gotta do is ask them 2 or 3 questions. Whereas this nigga acting like he that nigga, he got the cologne on, he got the car, you know, with 2
That's why I hate asking smart niggas questions. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm here to help. You know what I'm saying? When you ask a nigga like 2 or 3 times, man, you find out the nigga ain't bullshit. So I get what you're saying, but in reality, I think it's not that far off. You know, it's not too far from riding, and it's gonna continue. And I'm here for the shit. I'm with all the parts.
That's why I told you. That's why I said you got to look at it from every angle. It's just not one dimensional. The internet is actually exposing a lot of these things, and then when people having the conversation, it's to slow down what's actually going on in the real world. That's all it is. So we can sit down, have a conversation about it, examine it. But what happens is that people will have just one way of looking at something, and now you got a big old argument, and you don't really have a debate. And then they start doing personal attacks and all kind of other things. And look, everything is possible. Everything exists. Let's have the conversation about it. That's basically what it is.
But I don't think it's a conversation worth having, though, bro. And I'm telling you why. The number 2 fear is death. The number 1 is public speaking. So all these people who had Twitter fingers when they say this shit in real life is what things happen. So if you're talking about building, because y'all keep talking about rebuilding, I ain't rebuilding shit. I'm building from scratch while I tear this shit down. But if y'all talking about building, then you have to have other types of conversation. And the people who are complaining about things that we complained about at the high school lunch table at 40, not gonna build, bro. So it don't really matter.
Yeah, that's a fact. But I mean, I guess not everybody is going to. People want entertainment more than anything else. We can sit here and talk about, you know, the mortgage industry, economics, blah 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 blah. But most people don't care. So we got to just say what we want to say, and if it don't apply, let it fly.
Thanks. All right.
My issue with it is I get it that these are these spaces and a lot of these conversations they're not having in real life. The problem I have with it is that there's a younger generation.
Hold on one second, D. I want you to get that. But we all of us about to drop down, fellas. I appreciate you coming up.
Appreciate you, bro.
Y'all brothers definitely came through.
Who hurt you, bro? Who hurt you?
Yeah, man.
Right.
Everybody hurt me, bro.
Everybody hurt me. The boomers hurt me. My mama whole side of the family hurt me because niggas ain't got no daddies. God damn it.
It's light skinned niggas for me. They hurt me the most.
All the girls that work in
hey man, light skin. I told y'all, light skinned niggas believe every kiss will begin with K. I'm telling you.
The shit that make me mad. The shit that make me mad about them is that they fall in slow motion into I can take it.
You should see how they dance, bro. They can put their leg behind their neck while they dance and spin on one foot, bro. It's just wild, bro. It's just wild.
All right, y'all.
Definitely. All
Thank
right.
you, fellas.
Definitely.
All right, thank you, ladies.
All right.
Thank y'all.
Savannah, you got it. I'm about to be down myself. Who else?
All
Five.
right.
Oh, damn, my bad. Yeah, I got to be out the whole studio. I'm just dropping down. Got it, short.
Bye. Okay, now that they're gone, we can be ourselves.
Say yo.
I'm about to I need to take off my bra now.
I'm so done. Yeah, let me go get my wig. Go ahead, you know what I'm saying? Switch it up.
Who wants to start with their closing remarks?
I'll
I
just
think
keep mine. I'll keep mine short and sweet.
I don't know what that means.
I think
I don't know what that means, and I don't want you to keep going.
I think that a lot of people's inadequacies show up in this space. It's hard to hide things when the camera is in your face. You know, in real life, you don't necessarily get to see people's insecurities off top, you know, because you're not staring at them the whole time, and they'll be able to get away with things. But here in this space, people expose themselves. You can start off one way, and then eventually your true colors come out, and it shows how inadequate you really feel, and that probably translates into how you operate in real life. Because those people that are comfortable in their own skin, they're able to contribute. They're able to, take a loss or take a hit, or even check themselves, right? And be like, damn, let me check myself. And I think that there's a lot of self-reflecting that's required when you're trying to be a person that wants to affect change in people. You have to do a lot of self-reflection. And I think I feel like that piece is missing. The self-reflection aspect, the self-mastery aspect of it is getting lost, and people's inadequacies are showing up. So I think people should have a little bit more self-respect and really present what it is they're trying to change. Be that which you are trying to cause. And if you don't have it and you're learning it, then at least be able to take the hit and check yourself and apologize and grow. But when you just want to stay stuck in that space because you're working off of your insecurity and your inadequacies, the men are going to notice it. And the women, we feel it. It comes across fake and it comes across disingenuous. And so I think that people are just being exposed. But I want to say thank you to everybody. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the space that Savannah is cultivating here allows us to have better conversations, bigger interactions. Because, at the end of the day, this type of environment, it makes you care about one another. It makes you care about what are we all experiencing outside of this environment. And sometimes you just can't help that. And I would like to see that continue to grow because we're causing change and we're really passionate about it.
Yeah.
And I just want to continue doing that unapologetically. So thank you, everybody. From the bottom
Thank you
of
for
my
coming. Thank you for coming up, Lexi. I really appreciate you.
And Shushu, your performance was amazing. You were so hilarious. You were so on it with that whole thing. It was the best thing ever. You're so talented. And I think having fun moments like that would also be beneficial. Just, we're goofy people. We're funny people. We have great jokes and great banter. And I think bringing that to this platforms is also a nice way to just have some comic relief and not get so caught up in all the seriousness and all the judgment and all the righteousness, and just keep it cool and have the conversation be important, but also, to just be chilled about it at the same time. So Shushu, you really did that for me, and you were just so hilarious, and I hope to see more of that side of you. But I'll let you ladies close out, and I just want to say thank you, and everyone have a blessed day.
Thank you, Lexi. You too. I just wanted to touch on. Oh, you can go.
Yeah, go ahead, Savannah.
I wanted to touch on a couple things that she said, especially when I kind of flip-flop when it comes to hearing people say that YouTube is just YouTube and it's not like this outside. I find that a bit hard to accept, being that we're moving towards technology. And we never really say that same thing when it comes to people showing the good side of life. This is life. You know, people are choosing what they want, picking and choosing what they want to share, but this is our new reality. So I think it would be kind of ignorant to ignore some of the men and the women's behavior, because you can be anybody you want to be online, but you're choosing to be like this. So I think it says a lot about a person. And you can go ahead, Dallas.
No, I agree, and that's what I was going to say. The comment was made about, whether or not these conversations are important, and they're overblown because a lot of the expectations and requirements are unrealistic. But this is our reality. And my thing is about this whole YouTube space and these conversations. We're supposed to be having these conversations, but in order to have a progressive conversation, in order to take something from it, you have to first come into it with an open mind and an open heart. Because while you may have all the valid points in the world, you may not have been introduced to a particular point, or you may not have experienced something in life that somebody else can bring to the table that can shine a new light. And in all honesty, that's the only reason why I even got on YouTube. I like my private life. I'm not the one that wants my face out there. I never wanted to be out there. I have friends that were pushing me to get out there. When I was joining the conversations on Mr. Palmer's channel, they were kind of pushing me to have a YouTube channel, because it's about, we need to have these real conversations. We need to have them from an honest standpoint, and we're not doing that. So even in YouTube, even though people are able to be who they want to be, you got this false persona, your alter ego. My problem is, while you may be living a falsehood on YouTube, there is a younger audience that is paying attention to you. And I don't think enough people consider what YouTube actually is or what it should be. So I look at it kind of like a college course. If you go to college and you sit in front of this professor for hours on end, you're supposed to be able to take something back from that. You're supposed to be able to pick up lessons. So we're moving to this age where people don't watch TV anymore. We watch YouTube channels. We listen to influencers. Everything is based off of likes and shares and followers now. So if you have an audience and what you're spewing is not going to improve the community, it's not going to improve your environment, it's not going to better anybody that's in your audience, then what are we here for? So for me, if we're going to actually open up these panels, if we're out here having these conversations, especially when you're on platforms that discuss melanated issues specifically, how do we get to a place where we want to have these conversations, but not open the door to all suggestions, any outside say or opinions, even if you don't agree with it? We don't know how to agree to disagree. We've gotten to a place now where we believe that if you don't agree with me, then you're automatically wrong, or that somebody has to be right. Somebody doesn't have to be right. Two people can actually have a very valid point. I was on a panel one day and a guy brought up a comment that he didn't think women should be allowed to vote. And on the surface, it sounded harsh. And immediately women run into their defensive mode. But once he explained it, even though the original statement was harsh, his explanation was extremely valid. If we got back to a place of a family structure and the man cast the vote for the betterment of the household, if he's supposed to be the protector, if he's supposed to be the provider, if he is supposed to be the head of the household, that was a very valid argument. What is wrong with that if he's making a decision that is going to benefit the household? So even though we don't always agree with particular points, we need to learn how to, like World Class always says, effectively listen. And we don't listen to each other. We don't understand each other. And my whole point about getting on YouTube was to expound these conversations. Let's bring some different arguments to the table. Let's debunk these bullshit arguments that we're not doing. And me personally, I hold women accountable for all the nonsense we engage in, for all the bullshit rhetoric that we push, for this whole we're equal to men, and no the hell you are not. You weren't designed to be equal to him, but women and men both play an equal part in maintaining society, but you do not have the role. I don't know why women have a problem with roles, because roles are no different from a workplace. A baker cannot play the role of a mechanic. A mechanic can't play the role of a doctor. So in every aspect of life, there are roles that you partake in. It doesn't mean that you're equal to that person, but your role provides something in maintaining society. So I just want everybody to learn how to come together. We got to stop fighting each other. We've got to stop being on this verge of this gender war, and we've got to start operating like a community as in one people. And we're not going to get anywhere if we don't.
That's perfect.
I just want to say one thing, Dallas Dee. You know what? I'm an actor, so I take on plenty roles. You know what I'm saying? I can play the baker and the mechanic and the superwoman and the maid and all that too. You know what I'm saying?
But so yeah, in that baker role,
can be anything I want to be.
But when you're in that baker role, the brakes on that car have nothing to do with these biscuits in the oven.
I know. I'm just being funny.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm always silly at the end. I'm always silly. But I do want to piggyback off of some of the things you were saying. Like, yeah, I do think these conversations are necessary. But also, I think that it's, even though a lot of these conversations you don't really hear outside of YouTube, it is a reflection of what's going on in people's minds, what's going on in people's worlds, and they are necessary. I think it's also, especially on this show in particular, it brings an awareness to how genuine certain people are when they come into these spaces to have these conversations. Are they really approaching the conversation to have an honest, genuine discussion, or are they coming to the conversation to be right or to prove somebody wrong? And that's not a way to have a discussion or conversation, because there's no resolve, and there is no way to get understanding.
Bang,
and that's
bang, 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 bang.
So that's the key point in having these. And also, I think we need to be aware of our biases because a lot of times, like, we speak to that in these spaces too. JT, and especially like our biases are one of the reasons why when women come up on these panels, sometimes men aren't able to hear and understand or decipher between the woman who is on their side and the woman who's not. And at the same time, women too, a lot of times we tend to paint all men or all women with the same paintbrush, and you can't do that because we're not all the same. So yeah, I just think we all need to be more open-minded and approach these conversations from an open mind and from an open heart, a genuine place. Thank you, Savannah, and also thank you, Noble, for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. I really appreciate it. It's been so dope. And for everybody out there watching, please subscribe to my YouTube page. I am like 7 subs away from like 200. So, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, go over there. It's Shumerria, SHUMERRA.
Make that 6 away.
I'm just 7 away from like 200. So I appreciate y'all. And yeah. Y'all have a good day.
All right. Well, I will give my final remarks and we'll get out of here. Everybody's channel is linked in the description, by the way. So I think it's really important for us to focus on addressing the individual. If you have an issue with someone's ideology, don't take it out on the rest of us. Learn how to communicate, learn how to agree to disagree, and don't chastise women for reacting how they choose to react in a hostile environment. If you can't create a safe space for women, that's not on the women. I think a lot of the times in this space, we get to see people's fight or flight kick in, and unfortunately, a lot of us tend to go on the offense instead of the defense. And I think if we could give each other a little more grace we've all experienced things that affect our perspective, and without that grace involved in the conversation, we'll never bridge that gap. So I think that's the most important thing to take away from this. Thank you guys. I see you, Zone. Thank you so much for watching. Roxana, Tola, all of you guys, thank you for coming out. Thank you for the gentleman who joined the panel also.
Thank you. Thank you to you, Savannah, for everything, for the idea. The ideas you had coming into this live, I think it was appropriate. Thank you for everything that you've been doing on the channel, behind the scenes, helping out. You came in the door helping. Can't wait to see what you do on your channel, on this channel, and in the future. Thank you to everybody that came on the chat. There's a lot of people that came out today. I was surprised, man. I just got up a couple hours ago. I usually name off the names. It was a lot of names, but particularly thank you, Shushu. Thank you, Dallas Dee. Thank you, Lexi. Definitely thank you, Jay Ali. This was dope. It's kind of something I wanted to get off my chest a little bit. I'm glad the situation came up organically, but we could get it done. Yeah. Anything else?
Lord knows you would have been ghetto with it.
It'd have been super ghetto. Y'all kept me from being super ghetto because y'all, today was a good class for the brothers and the younger brothers and the younger sisters on femininity, real femininity. You have to, when you're in this space, guys, you got to understand that they're still human beings. I hear oh, my big sister coming today. You definitely coming in, sis. I'm glad you did pop in. What's up?
Can you hear it?
Peace, everyone. I can hear you.
Peace.
Coming in all late. I'm actually in another meeting, but I just wanted to stop by and show some love, as always. Anytime Miguel sends me a message like 5 times, I know I need to be available. I need to show up. But I'm definitely loving the world class. I'm loving seeing what it's doing. I haven't been really available at all lately. Work has picked up. We just bought a new house and moved Thursday. So
congratulations.
Gratitude. Thank you. So yeah, really, really busy, but I am excited for the world class and seeing what it has to offer. So now the world can actually see what it is, just like a glimpse of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that, we have prepared our lives to give the hours of study. A lot of times I have students that's like, oh, I want to know what you know. I want to learn what you learn. I'm like, look, it's taken me so many years and I've taken a lot of L's. Like, we just don't wake up like this. But as long as you continue to, stay focused and keep steadfast, then you'll actually get to the level where you want to be. When we're in these spaces, a lot of times we don't think about what others are going through. We're not thinking about, people have children, people have, parents that's watching this, and, family members, co-workers, so on and so forth. So a lot of times there is a lot of disconnect and disrespect at the same time. But I always say, everybody just needs to keep, acting like we're adults when we're in these spaces and not try to get so emotional, because it's only a conversation. And if you can't have a conversation without you wanting to invoke, your fears, making it seem to be as if it's, harm to someone. I always call them fears that you have whenever you have to try to invoke your quote unquote harm to someone via the internet, because it's never the same way when you link up face to face.
Right.
It's always this thing of, I didn't mean it like that. That was just YouTube, or that was just social media, and just keep it just keep it to a level of adulthood. So at the end of the day, when you walk away from the conversation, it makes sense for everyone. No one should ever feel as though that dang, I got on social media and now I have to actually prepare to take flights somewhere that I wasn't expected to take, or I have to watch my back because someone has issued their fears upon me. I yield.
Appreciate you, big sis.
Always.
They messing with you about your fire thing. To change the smoke detector. They getting that. That's the thing now. They want to listen to that smoke detector.
Right. And I know I gotta check. Like I said, we just moved in Thursday, so
Right.
And the only time I actually even realize it's going off is when I'm in a meeting.
Somebody tell you, I don't know what it is. Y'all just don't hear it. It don't matter who y'all just don't hear that shit going. That shit bothers the shit out of me.
I really do not hear it. Like I heard it. I was in a meeting on Friday, and I heard it because I was in a meeting. Right. And then now I'm on a meeting, and I'm hearing it now.
Loud as shit.
But yeah,
we definitely appreciate you coming up, and because I sent it to you because this is more of a YouTube thing, but you have seen, I know you have seen, we in our community, the Morris community, this shit go on every day. When you got a sister that's on board with what we're doing, these niggas are so ready to get their shit off and say what they've been waiting to say that they seen from the damn YouTube videos.
They're ready for it. They are ready for it. I'm looking at it. My husband just told a group of them, don't tag me into some stuff that they got going on Facebook right now. And these are all like older men, so it's one of those things where you got to really separate yourself from a lot of the things that go on, whatever community you're in, whatever cipher you're in, whatever space you're in. You got to really separate. Like you can be a part of it, but you got to learn how to separate yourself from all of the things that are unproductive. Because if you're involved with everything that's unproductive, then you don't have time to actually self-master. Mm-hmm. And if you're not self-mastering, you're wasting time, because we're all on borrowed time. Indeed. Each and every one of us, we're literally on borrowed time. So the time that we do have here, we should be preparing ourselves to be able to leave a great legacy, right? So when we leave here, everything that we've done is not in vain, but we left with a wealth of such of a wealth of a legacy that it will continue to live out for generations.
Indeed, absolutely. That's I've been talking about that for years. That's the whole deal, man. It's for us to leave. I wanted to be, this was the greatest generation of all time because I was here. That's it. I want immortality. That's my whole goal. I don't care about nothing else. I wanted to be done, that this generation came, and this guy here, my son's father, was the reason. I want him to be able to look at me in my deathbed and go, you did it, Dad. And that's it. I don't care about nothing else. All that other shit, buying chicks Birkin bags, that'd be great. We can do all that. We can get to matching phantoms. That's great. But I want a legacy. Because that's the only way I think I can honor the men that I come from and the women that I come from. I represent millions of people that are gone, and I'm not going to misrepresent them. And that's how I live. I refuse to walk around with their face and being dishonorable. That's something that's truly private, to be honest. But I share it because we have to change the direction of the conversation back to what actually motivates men. So, and that's why I have this panel that was up here, Savannah, yourself. The thing I love about y'all is that y'all respect men and y'all appreciate men. Y'all don't even have the concept. Dallas Dee, Shushu, Shushu is in this space with her big brother. That's beautiful, actually. Jay Ali, they have respect for men. They really have respect for the order, and that's why That's why I am the way I am. I'm not saying to protect these troll females that be here saying crazy shit, save yourself, black women, and all this dumb shit. And these divestors, but women that are contributing to conversations. The stuff that Jenny Morena is doing behind the scenes, Gail, she wasn't mentioned today, but she's definitely one of those same ones. And a lot of different ladies, Jalen who will be in the space, but it's I'm not the type of person that, and I'm the type of person actually, I'm going to be the biggest bully in the room. And if I can control myself, you don't have no fucking choice. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can do what y'all want, but I definitely appreciate Savannah for, stepping up here and doing, her first live. Some technical difficulties, but things will be better going forward. We're going to have more coming. All the ladies that were on, again, thank you. Make sure y'all connect with each other. I can't wait to see collabs of y'all hopping on each other's channel and doing videos and doing lives and not just expounding on this topic, but doing y'all creative things. So not the bully world, the world bully. Yeah. So we're gonna close out. You know how I close out. And ain't but 2 classes on this planet, never been 3. You're world class or you outclass. And the question is not which class do you want to live in. The question is which class do the ones coming behind you deserve for you to die in. On your feet, on your knees. Respect the craft. Noble.